Papirrines y pantuflitas, muy feliz viernes a todos ustedes. También muy feliz viernes a mi mujer que continúa absolutamente dormida. Y qué rico y qué envidia le tengo porque está con Vini en este momento. Espero que estén teniendo un excelente fin de semana. Este es el día, el que estamos esperando desde el lunes. No, hombre, oye Alejandro, a mí sí me gusta trabajar muchísimo. Yo odio los fines de semana. Yo solamente quiero trabajar. Qué chido. Ok, qué chido, ¿no? ¿Cuántos no conocen a una persona así, no? Odio el fin de semana, necesito trabajar todo el tiempo. Ay, relájate, güey, tómate una chela, cabrón. No, si yo no tomo, yo soy muy saludable. Ok, güey, entonces chingada madre. No sé qué decirte, ¿no? No sé por qué acabo de gastar 45 segundos haciendo este mal chiste. Pero bienvenidos a todos ustedes. El día de hoy, por supuesto, vamos a tener Casino del Tío Salo. Muy interesante. Justo ayer estaba grabando Emprendedores con Ro y estábamos diciendo, no, es que nosotros pensamos que el buen Bitcoin se va para abajo y putazo para abajo. Todos deberíamos estar en corto. Todos los que estamos por acá deben de estar en corto. Es lo que hemos estado acá con todos ustedes compartiendo. Así que vamos a ver cómo les va el día de hoy. Ahorita vamos a dar todos los análisis. Quiero empezar con esto. Ustedes saben, estoy vendiendo mi McLaren. O mínimo tengo la idea, ¿no? De esto es lo que quiero. La razón por qué es bastante sencilla. Esto tiene que ver con el video, se los juro por mi vida. No nada más les estoy contando mis tragedias o mis penas o cosas buenas de mi vida que normalmente no pasan. Pero estoy vendiendo mi McLaren. La razón por qué es porque ha cambiado demasiado mi vida. Estoy muy ruco, no me siento cómodo haciendo lo que hacía antes y también siento que el coche nada más lo tengo honestamente a este punto. Ahora ni entiendo, eso lo hace por mame entonces, ¿no? Y la razón por qué es, obviamente me encanta, me fascina, muy divertido de manejar, uno de mis coches favoritos de toda la historia, pero nunca lo uso, nunca. Prefiero, ya estoy como los viejitos, ¿no? Prefiero estar cómodo, subirme a mi coche y he estado pensando qué me voy a comprar. Entonces, he estado viendo otros tipos de coches también, ¿no? He estado viendo Porsches, he estado viendo otros McLaren, he estado viendo Rolls Royces, he estado viendo un poco de todo. Y he estado yendo poco a poco a agencias, me han hecho ofertas güey, te cambio te doy esto y te doy una lana, etcétera. Y viendo todo el mercado me he estado quedando como fuera. La razón por qué, y esto es personal, solamente es mi estupidez, ¿no? Quiero algo que haga que tenga que vender mi Cybertruck, porque siempre y cuando tenga el Cybertruck, no puedo. O sea, no puedo. Me encanta. Lo llevo a todos lados. Entonces, me estaba preguntando el otro día una mesera. Me dice, ¿por qué ya no traes tu coche azul? ¿Lo vendiste? Y le digo, no, ahí lo tengo, nada más no me interesa. ¿Pero por qué no? No sé qué. Y yo, pues porque traigo la camioneta y me gusta que se maneje sola. Y de verdad, esa es una de mis cosas favoritas en el planeta. Cuando tengo que hacer un viaje largo, etcétera, lo pongo en autopiloto automático y me quito de toda la desesperación y problemas de todo y de manejar como un idiota. Entonces me fascina y he tenido ese problema, ¿no? De si voy a comprar algo, necesito algo que vaya a usar diario. Entonces estaba pensando un Rolls Royce Ghost, uno de los eléctricos. El problema de los eléctricos es que el rango todavía de la generación de ahorita es muy pequeño, etcétera. Además de que no se maneja solo. Entonces estas son todas mis penas de coches, ¿no? Estupideces. Pero en el proceso he estado viendo todos los coches, los precios de los coches, he estado viendo el mercado y llevo un rato haciendo esto. Llevo un rato. O sea, puse mi coche a la venta creo que hace 7, 8 meses, para que tengan una idea de cuánto solamente se ha sentado y de cuántas cosas me han ofrecido que siguen ahí paradas, ¿ok? Ahora, con eso dicho, los quiero traer justamente a esta escena, damas y caballeros, donde les presento justamente, ahora que Trump acaba de pasar las tarifas, todo el mundo está muy preocupado por cuánto van a subir las cosas y los coches sobre todo. Tenemos acá muy sencillo, ¿no? ¿Cuántos coches están hechos en Estados Unidos? Tesla está hecho al 100%, Rivian 100%, Ford 78%, Honda 64%, Stellantis 57%, y de ahí empiezan a bajar todos hasta dónde. Esto quiere decir que van a haber tarifas. Todo el mundo ha leído que le van a subir a Ferrari los precios al 10%. Lamborghini está pensando en hacer lo mismo. Todas estas cosas de coches caros. Y la pregunta es, ¿todas estas cosas van a subir de precio? ¿Sí o no? Es lo que todo el mundo tiene en la cabeza. Y todo el mundo cree que esto va a generar inflación y que la gente va a comprar más. Pero les tengo acá que decir que no. No va a ser así. Ahora, con los coches chicos, medianos, baratones, y baratones me refiero abajo de $100,000, perdón, para quien no considere eso baratón, pero abajo de $100,000 va a tener un efecto a corto plazo. definitivamente, porque tienen que ajustar todos estos, incluyendo a Ford, Honda, Stellantis, todos ellos van a tener que ajustar sus precios al alza. Tienen que. Ellos lo harán, son coches chicos, son cosas que el consumidor se va a tener que tragar, pero los coches caros no. Y los coches caros son la primera cosa que vamos a ver moverse. Ahora, ¿por qué van a subir de precio? ¿Por qué no? La inflación, bla, bla, bla. Vamos a hablar de inflación. Y sé que nos estamos repitiendo, perdón, perdón, me gustaría no repetirme, pero entonces, ¿de qué más hablamos? Es las mismas cosas de las que se hablan en el planeta. Mucha gente cree, díganme ustedes, ¿ustedes creen que la inflación es causada directamente solamente por la expansión de la cantidad de dinero que le toca a la gente? ¿O tiene que ver con las corporaciones, las empresas siendo egoístas, siendo completamente avaras y quieren tener todo el dinero del mundo? Díganme, por favor, no en el chat, en los comentarios de aquí abajo. ¿Inflación es causada por las corporaciones o por esto? Me pueden decir que también piensan que las dos, si es que gustan ser de esos campechanos que no quieren agarrar un lado, un bando. Bien, díganme que son las dos entonces, ¿no? Pero díganmelo aquí abajo. Voy a esperarme tantito a que lo digan. Ahí estás, ya le pusiste pausa al video, ya comentaste aquí abajo tu idea y ahí te va esto. Mucha gente, y cuando digo mucha gente es la gran mayoría de las personas, piensa que la inflación en el 2021, 22, 23, 24 ocurrió porque las empresas se volvieron muy avaras. De la nada las empresas empezaron a querer hacer más dinero. Y eso fue lo que causó que los precios subieran. Ahora vamos a pensar solamente en ese concepto que es absolutamente, brutalmente chistoso. Porque entonces me estás diciendo, una empresa o todas estas empresas que se han dedicado todo el tiempo a hacer la mayor cantidad de dinero posible, a eso se dedican, para poder venderlo en la bolsa y decir, güey, ve lo alta que está nuestra acción, ¿no? Ve lo cabrón que nos está yendo, ve cuánto dinero estamos haciendo. Me están diciendo que todos estos años, todas las empresas en Estados Unidos estaban de, no, no hay que subir de precio, no hay que subir de precio. Y un día entre todas se juntaron, probablemente en algún lado, ¿no? En el show de Cima o algo así. Y todas dijeron, güey, ¿sabes qué deberíamos hacer? Subir todos nuestros precios al mismo tiempo. Porque nunca se nos ocurrió antes. Esta es la primera vez que se nos ocurrió. Entonces, por primera vez se les ocurrió en el 2021 empezar a subir precios. Y esos precios que subieron, pues tienen que subir con la demanda. No, eso es la cosa más estúpida que existe en el planeta. La más tonta. La más tonta de todo lo que se habla, en todas las porquerías que se hablan en todos lados, en mainstream y que no. Esa es una de las cosas más tontas que le vendieron a la gente, que las empresas, que la avaricia de las empresas fue lo que hizo que subiera todo de precio. Que no todas las empresas siguen aún hoy queriendo hacer aún más dinero. ¿Por qué no suben más los precios? Güey, porque nadie los va a comprar. Exactamente. Y ahora, el problema que tienen ahorita con las tarifas que estamos viendo en estos coches súper exóticos o en cualquier otra cosa es los precios no van a subir porque ya no hay compradores. Los precios subieron en el 2021 y creo que todos ustedes, los que están aquí, lo saben. Los precios subieron simplemente porque nos dieron más dinero. Si das más dinero a la gente, toda la gente tiene más dinero, es más barato el dinero y puedes usar más de este dinero para comprar las mismas cosas. La cosa es, no cambias la cantidad de cosas que estás creando. Entonces, todas esas cosas van a valer más, porque si antes solamente existían $10 y yo tenía 10 productos buenísimos, tenía que vender uno por $1. Pero ahora existen $100, pero todavía tengo 10 productos buenísimos. Entonces los voy a poner a $10 cada uno. Hay más dinero, hay más que tomar. Ahorita ya no. Llegamos al punto donde ya nada se está vendiendo, Carlos. Nada de cosas caras. Nada, 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 nada. Entonces, me vienes a decir que si Ferrari o cualquier otra marca, y esto también aplica para las marcas más chicas que tal vez no tengan tanto dinero, eh, que no cuesten tanto dinero a futuro, no inmediato. Inmediato puedes ver un spike en el precio, pero a futuro, ¿qué es lo que va a pasar? Puede que suban el precio, pero adivinen qué van a también dar, un descuento más grande. Es a donde va la cosa, donde no hay dinero, ya no hay dinero, ya no hay dinero. Se acabó, la fiesta estuvo poca madre, la pasamos de huevos, la inflación pegó excelente, ya no hay. Y cuando ya no hay dinero, ya no puedes empujar precios para arriba. Es así de sencillo. No es que las empresas vayan a decir mañana, o ¿por qué no lo dicen? No, güey, imagínate, tienes malos resultados empresariales, solo sube, incrementa tus precios al doble. No seas tonto. Ya, es que, güey, la narrativa de estas cosas es ridícula. Entonces, la inflación no viene nada más de la nada y que las empresas se pueden. No, la inflación viene porque el gobierno imprimió una gran cantidad de dinero y el gobierno también abrió política para que todo el mundo pudiera adquirir deuda de una forma súper barata. Eso nos ha puesto en la situación en la que estamos hoy. Ahora, quantitative tightening, que es cuando están sacando dinero del sistema, es algo bastante famoso que todo el mundo ve y que dice, güey, eso va a hacer que la bolsa baje, etcétera. En este momento estamos haciendo un tipo de quantitative tightening. Esto es lo que siempre les digo. ¿Se acuerdan cuando fue lo de los bancos? Y en lo de los bancos reventaron todos los bancos y que todo el mundo nos dice, no, es que los bancos van a desaparecer y se van a ir al Chile y ya no van a existir más y no sé qué. Y abrió la Reserva Federal una ventana que se llamaba el FDIC para poder solventar a esos bancos. ¿Qué pasó instantáneamente cuando abrieron esa ventana de cientos de miles de millones de dólares? ¿Alguien se acuerda cuándo fue? Fue en marzo del 2023. De ahí todo subió como absolutamente loco. Ahí es cuando Bitcoin empezó a brincar como loco, ¿ok? Fue porque abrieron liquidez y todo el mundo dijo, eso no es QE, no es quantitative easing. ¿Por qué? Porque esto no es dinero que a la gente le esté tocando. Y yo dije, voy a poner atención, voy a ver esto, porque si eso resulta ser quantitative easing, que todo el mundo, que estés dando más dinero, entonces no entendemos todos completamente los conceptos de cuando estamos inundando el mercado con liquidez o no. Eso fue con lo que me quedé. Después vi los ataques de octubre del 2023 y ahí dije, ok, vamos a gastar 200,000 millones, esto tiene que pompear el mercado más. Lo hizo. De ahí continuamos con todas las guerras y todo el gasto estúpido de gobierno. ¿Qué creen que pasó? Pompeó el gobierno, pompeó absolutamente todo. Y ahora ya no hay eso. Elon Musk está cortando 4,000 millones de dólares diarios de gasto de gobierno. Y ese gasto es inmediato. La gente tiene que dejar de volar. Los empleados de gobierno no pueden gastar en su tarjeta de crédito. Dejaron de pagar celulares, dejaron de pagar todas estas cosas. Eso es un directo corto en el gasto. ¿Y eso cómo se llama? Quantitative tightening. Estás sacando liquidez del sistema. Tal vez no per se, pero estás dejándole de dar esa liquidez a gente y esa gente gastándola. Por ende, estamos viendo las bajadas que estamos viendo, que es algo con lo que yo he compartido desde hace un rato con ustedes, que he dicho, esto es lo que yo pienso va a pasar. Ahora, nadie sabe nada, nada. No tenemos ni idea de lo que vaya a pasar de verdad, pero es lo que estamos viendo directamente en todos lados. Imagínense que en México, ¿no? Que en México el gobierno de la nada dijera, no, bueno, en México la propaganda está cabrona, entonces vamos a imaginar que en México, ok, es mejor para que la gente se lo imagine y no es verdad, esto no es verdad, esto solamente es imaginación que vamos a usar en México. Ya lo entendieron, esto es imaginación que vamos a usar en México. Pero imagínate que en México hubiera corrupción de gobierno. Obviamente no hay, pero imagínate que hubiera. E imagínate que se estuvieran robando todo el dinero de Pemex, que se estuvieran robando todo el dinero de la gente que paga impuestos, de los pocos que pagan impuestos, que se estuvieran robando dinero del que están imprimiendo para hacer obras, digamos, ¿no? Que vaya a haber una obra que cueste $1,000,000 y ellos dicen, güey, va a costar $50,000,000. Imagínense que todo eso, que haya un mago, un papá, que llegue el papá de México y que cierre la puerta, el canal a todo eso y le diga a toda la gente que trabaja ahí que, una vez más, en teoría se están robando el dinero, no es verdad, todos lo sabemos, no hay corrupción en México. Y cuando viene este tío y cierra la llave, ¿qué le pasaría a toda la gente que depende de esos millones de dólares que le llegan todo el tiempo? Del gobierno, que se están robando teóricamente de Pemex, que se están robando teóricamente de los impuestos, que se están robando de la gente, etcétera, cosas que no pasan, pero solamente esto es un ejemplo hipotético para todo el mundo que lo sepa. ¿Qué pasaría? Toda la gente rica tendría que cortar gasto, porque la gran cantidad de gente que es rica en México tiene algo que ver con ello. Obviamente hay gente que ha hecho muchísimo dinero por sí misma, pero ahora piénsalo, vendes cosas de lujo, vendes Ferraris, vas a dejar de vender Ferraris a esas personas que están aliadas con el gasto público. Y eso es lo que estamos viendo en Estados Unidos. Imagínate que cortas tantito el grifo a la gente que se estaba, no robando, pero llevando todo el dinero gratis, con incentivos, con todo. Es lo que estamos viendo. Ya no hay más. Ya no hay más, hemos llegado a tope. Las tarifas bien, y también lo interesante de las tarifas, los aranceles, es que vienen en un punto donde ya no hay dinero, donde por supuesto hubieran causado más inflación si el dinero estuviera flotando como loco en todos lados, de izquierda a derecha, pero vienen en un punto donde ya no hay más. donde están cortando gasto, donde ya no hay más. Y puede que todos estos aranceles, aunque vayan a tener un impacto inmediato pequeño, instantáneamente vayan a encontrarse con la pared de no más gasto, no hay más dinero. Cuando somos pobres, ya no podemos hacer nada. Así que ahí lo tienen. Javi Ramírez, me preguntas, ¿por qué quieres vender tu Cybertruck? No lo quiero vender, me lo quiero, o sea, ese es el problema más grande que tengo. Es el problema más grande que tengo. Les mando un fuerte abrazo. Vamos a empezar esto. Vámonos al casino del tío Salo, por supuesto, con ustedes. Y para toda la gente que quiera estar en estos shorts como el que entramos, cáiganle por acá, señores. Cáiganle a Elite Trading Academy, al Discord. Es absolutamente gratis. Está aquí abajo. Todo lo que necesiten lo tenemos a la izquierda. Todos los menús. Una vez que le picas al enlace, puedes venir a ver, por ejemplo, acá el análisis de Alex, aquí a la izquierda el análisis de Farhan. Vamos a ver acá la gente en el chat. Liquidation bot activated. Mucha gente fue liquidada el día de hoy, por cierto, los que no estaban listos para estos grandes cortos. Acá todo el mundo compartiendo las ganancias o las pérdidas. Buenas ganancias. No seas mamón. Dólares. Dije, no, hiciste un 1000%, tío. Nada mal, nada mal. Se están llevando una buena lana. Bien, nada me da más gusto en este planeta que ver a todos ustedes contentos, cabrones. Bien, bien, bien. También tenemos acá Criptolingo para si estás escuchando algo acá que no entiendes, aquí lo tenemos, por supuesto. Todos estos son términos H1, IME, bla, 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 en inglés y en español. Y también para todos ustedes que lo necesiten, aquí están todos nuestros enlaces para todos los exchanges, lo que necesiten. Y recuerden, estamos tradeando futuros en Bluffing, estamos tradeando futuros en BTCC y les voy a dejar acá para todos los que quieran tradear futuros que no tienen idea cómo empezar, simplemente vengan a nuestro sitio, Elite Trading Academy. Esto es gratis, no se preocupen, le vas a picar a tutos. Si está en inglés, en how to's, cabrón, porque alguien me dijo, no existe tutos. Pícale cómo tradear a Bluffing. Esto te enseña cómo fondear la cuenta, cómo usar el exchange, cómo usar todo. Y además tienes aquí el enlace directito para que te lleve y puedas participar en todas nuestras promociones que tenemos juntos como comunidad. Y también usamos BTCC. La diferencia es, en Bluffing usamos criptomonedas. BTCC literalmente nos funciona para todo. Tenemos acciones tokenizadas, entonces si quieres invertir en Nvidia, en Strategy, en Google, en Amazon, todo eso se puede, pero son igual futuros como los de cripto y lo haces con USDT, funciona exactamente igual que esto. Sin más ni más, les traigo aquí a Farhan y a Alex. Vámonos a darle con todo al casino del tío Salo. Ya saben, ellos nos dan su análisis, yo les paso exactamente lo que nos cuentan y vámonos para adelante. Boys, guten morning.
Buenos dias, muchachos. How you guys doing?
I feel like you wait for that. For the buenos dias, muchachos.
Indeed, it's the highlight of my day. Just quite sad.
You're going to sleep and you're like, fuck, I can't wait to tell everyone. Use my Spanish
Indeed,
skills. Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah.
It tickles a certain bone to use the Spanish skills.
It's called the pickle, my friend. How are you,
Yes,
Alex?
it tickles the pickle.
I'm doing pretty good. I honestly woke up like 20 minutes ago. So
Well, yeah. Well, I saw you were online like 4 hours ago too. So
Yeah,
it's
I
part
woke
of your crazy trading schedule, which is good, by the way. Pretty much all shorts look good right now.
I woke up at an ungodly hour of 5:50 in the morning.
Get
Hey,
the fuck out of here, both
when
of
I'm
you,
going to
fucking
bed.
young people with your crazy shit. I don't want to hear it. Let us get started. Let me just look into the chat. I'm sorry, I apologize. I was not in there before, but let's look at this. Let's see what everyone wants to look at. I'm gonna guess that Brian said Bitcoin first, but I don't want to jump into that. Let me see. You got the chat right. Brian did it. He did it. It's Bitcoin. It's that simple. It's that easy.
All right.
Brian's the goat.
Brian's the goat.
What do you ask? We shall do that first.
Bam, 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 sir. All you.
Sweet. Nice. So finally, we're getting some kind of volatility to trend, right? We understand that the daily has been just brutally trekking up, brutally because it's just been like kind of slow and choppy, and it's hard to play the overall trend when the daily shifting, the 4 hours shifting, but the weekly is still the same, which is down. And when we were on stream, what was that? What day is it today? Is it Friday? Oh wow.
Today's Friday, son. Today's
Yeah.
Friday. It's the last day of the week.
All right, that's great, actually. Yeah. So when we were on stream Wednesday, wow, that's degenerate. We were talking about, because if you actually viewed the index here, Let me delete this. You know, we were talking about the scenario where, you know, I was just kind of leery about we possibly might not actually hit that weekly 9. You know, the way the weekly 21, which exchange was it on? Oh, it was on this one here. You know, the way the weekly 21 was just rejecting us, the fact that price, we had 88,900 sitting right around that EMA 9. You know, I was just slightly cautious of this possibly churning into the next lower high. Because remember, the weekly is still in a downtrend. Let me delete this. Yeah, no, it's still in a downtrend. And, you know, with a lower low, you'd have to gauge some kind of lower high. Generally, and this is where I went wrong, I should have just stuck to the weekly. So when we do make our lower low, I'm going to just use that for the next round of shorts. But usually we like to form higher lows on the weekly 9. And then when we're bearish, we do like to form actually lower highs. Now, it's not a good example here because this was just more chop rather than like a trending market. But if we see here, you can see once we actually lost the 9 through the whole way down up until, I mean, prices at, you know, 42,000 all the way up until 22,000. If you just played the weekly 9, like, okay, cool, let me sell here. You just short the 9. Cool, let me sell here and then just short the 9. That would have worked pretty well. And so I'm going to use the same exact reasoning for this move because, you know, we still have bearish divergence on the monthly. We still have a weekly volatility setup brewing, firing off, while also a 2-week is now resetting into this next 2-week. This possibly could be fully reset. This is a better view. These 2 weeks, this 2-week BBWP is important because, you know, each time this fires off, this has led kind of in sequence with the weekly. So what you'll have is the weekly firing off. For this example, you'll have the weekly firing off, of course, but in this zone here, what you'll notice is, you know, in the midst of that, you also have that 2-week firing off. And that 2-week and that weekly and the monthly, they all just kind of work in sequence together. And that's important because when you have the 2-week reset, the weekly still firing off, very freshly too firing off, I will say. I think that got confirmed like 2 weeks ago, maybe 1.5 weeks ago. And then the monthly finally giving us a volatility setup, which, you know, we haven't had really since the beginning of 2023. It's significant. The monthly here is very significant because this is essentially what's going to be your market shift. You know, each and every time that this monthly PBWP does fire off, it generally leads to either the start of a major bull market or the beginnings of a major bear market, right? And so if we have confluence that possibly the bear market has started, we're holding off on really saying that, or at least I am, until we actually lose that monthly 9. Because, you know, if you've been watching for a while now, I've had my criteria for the bear market. It's the daily EMA 100 has to get lost. We then have to lose the weekly 9. And then the final like nail in the coffin is the monthly 9 getting lost. We've had 2 of those things pending the monthly 9 getting lost. And that's why I've always said, you know, granted, the bulls are still holding above the monthly 9. But you can quickly see here, you know, we can easily shift on the 5. The 5 and the 9 can kind of work in sequence together. If you like trading like that, you lose the 5, you often go to the 9. What you see is we have lost the 5 and, you know, we're still under it currently. This has implications for me to at least very minimum go back and test the 9, if not fully lose this since we've already lost the 5. So, you know, Bitcoin right now is looking actually quite nice for me. You know, let me go to this lower time frame view. I actually sent out, I believe, to the Academy, I think 9 shorts, 8 or 9 shorts.
It was quite a few.
I think that was yesterday. You know, all are in profit now. And that was just, I'll explain my reasoning on that. But, you know, right now, bears are in control. And this is something we were talking about on Wednesday. Wednesday's close was going to be very, very important to me. I was using that close on Bitcoin, on stocks, across the board to kind of gauge, okay, who's in control here? because things were shifting in the background for Bitcoin, my balls were tingling again in the sense that I was getting bearish vibes again. I was not convinced fully that we were going to go to 91s. And I still am not convinced yet. And that can quickly change, of course. But, what you had 2 days ago was essentially we did lose that daily EMA 34. On the daily, that kind of eliminates the chances of us going up to the 100. I mean, that's just how I trade. You start reclaiming above that 87.5, you start holding above the 34. It's really hard not to say, yeah, you're going to not hit the daily EMA 100 because that's per the trigger. I mean, you essentially reclaim the 34. You do get a free move to the 100. Now, we've been extremely bullish this entire time. So the 100 and the 34 has been above the 100, which is very bullish. Now, this is like, I believe one of the first times the 34 is under the 100. Here, I mean, just in this chop zone. But you essentially stay above it. You do get that move up to the 100. So now what we see is, on Wednesday when that got lost, I had to be very cautious here. Because not only did we lose the 34, but we also, just kind of like we're staying under resistance. Visually, I was also noticing, we were kind of just making lower highs here, which for me was kind of like a trend shift in itself, in the sense that I had to start looking at this potentially brewing a trend shift. Now, the daily is still in an uptrend. I have these lines, these white lines that represent each higher low. So it's really simple to me. The objective was, okay, cool. We have to reject from the 34. Okay, we've done that now. The 34 is the pink line. Bitcoin likes to reject off the 34. We've seen this in this range. Okay, so now that has occurred. Now bulls are trying to defend the SMA 200. The SMA 200 is extremely important for Bitcoin. And let's just cycle back a week or 2 weeks ago when we were trying to short the SMA 200 right here. It didn't work out. Bitcoin chopped us out. But on this SFP, I'm going to be adding to my short here. As soon as we close under the daily EMA 200 and the SMA 200, which luckily for us now sitting right around the same spot where the 9 is too. So this is a really big spot for Bitcoin. If we start losing this today, I'm going to add to my shorts. And I've already alerted everyone about that. That's technically an adding place, right? You deviate, you rally up. I add to my short here. We get the same exact trigger that we were playing here, where we had SFP, we tried to short, didn't work. We actually reclaimed, so we closed that. Deviated, rallied up. We shorted, massively worked out. Unfortunately, formed a higher low. And then boom, higher high. Deviated, shorted this, more chop, didn't work, formed a higher high. Now it's kind of clear, right? We have to lose the SMA 200 and then also break the last higher low. If we get those two things, it's looking amazing for us to actually break down to 70s. So that's kind of what I'm watching on Bitcoin now. It's very simple. We're already pre-positioned here. We took all these shorts yesterday. I was pretty vocal about it as well. I mean, it was to me like free money. And that was because where we shorted this, we understood like there was no risk. I mean, we took the shorts around 87.5, and I believe our stop was 87.8. I think it might have been 88K. So to me, it was free money, and that's why I actually banged it on a 50x because it was just minimal risk. And then so forth. Also, the alts kind of died here. So far we are printing, but once we actually do get the deviation here on Bitcoin, I will be adding to that 50x short because this then will just look like the itchings of a breakdown to me. And on top of it, it plays into what I was saying. All the people here like me that got stopped out twice in this chop aren't going to take the easy trades anymore. They're sure as hell not going to take a deviation play on the SMA 200, shorting the retest there. I am, and that's just how my system works. As many times as it fails, all I need is one of these trades to work, one of these breakdowns to happen, and it basically eliminates all of those losses. And that's why even in this chop of, okay, I got stopped. Okay, I got stopped. Now we have to wait for 91s. The system, I still don't flip-flop on there because it does work at the end of the day. It's just more a timing thing. So now today we are at 85.5. It's very important on Bitcoin. 85.5 is big. For me now, 85.5 is currently right around that SMA 200, daily EMA 200. So 85.5 is the spot today you're going to be watching. Let's see if we can get the rainbow chart, get any kind of confluence of that idea. You can see here we're now at the daily median. It's actually quite interesting to see us lose that. This is on the index. Let me check Binance. Okay, slightly above it on the Binance chart. Index we'll use matches my bear bias better, but I can also say it has more data. So we'll use the index. Yeah, so it's actually, like I said, very important today. If we lose the median, I mean, that'll be very important because that'll give us a measured move all the way down to 82.2. Now, that's important because then we'd actually be breaking this daily trend. If once this daily trend breaks, you're going to want to be like very positioned short because once all of bulls' hopium dreams and aspirations lie in this daily uptrend, that's it. They're totally going to negate the weekly uptrend. They're totally going to negate the monthly bearish divergence, the 5-day downtrend, and so forth. But all of the dreams lie in this daily uptrend. So if this daily uptrend breaks, what do we have? Well, we have a BBWP setup. We actually see that in that moment of I'll call it bullshit where we were going up, we saw it kind of spike up, and this kind of made me like, okay, we definitely could hit 91s if this actually is going to bust up now. You're essentially above the daily EMA 34. Next target being 91s. You have a BBWP setup. My idea was that we were going to reject around here and then see that fire off. But actually what you see, and it's funny because, bears are quite dirty. They like the dirty dance here. And me too. I'm quite dirty as well. I make myself up. You can, what's it called? See that they actually ever so slightly reset it back. So they fully reset it. They gained control. We closed under the 34. And now what you see is we're firing off. So this daily is actually firing off, possibly confirmed today. We'll have to see if it goes under the moving average. My bet is it's going to do something like this tomorrow, where it's just going to look like it's about to reset and then go up. So we'll have to gauge that because if this actually starts firing off, this has implications of this actually being the trend break that we've been waiting for. This being the major lower high on the weekly, while all of crypto Twitter got bullish, and we just essentially stayed patient. We can see nothing really changed on the weekly volatility setup. Actually, nothing at all. It's still firing off. It's still very well in bear territory. And you can see this didn't do anything at all as long as we are under that weekly 9. This is why I like using the weekly 9. I'm going to be just playing the weekly 9 moving forward and ignoring the daily chop. Because if I just sold my shorts here and shorted the weekly 9, would have definitely eliminated some chop around this zone. And all right, I'm always mentally noting how I can make more money moving forward. In this range, this is telling you the weekly 9. The weekly chart is very, very, very easy to trade right now because no one has patience. Everyone has trigger finger. They're itching to get the big trade, longs and shorts, right? Playing the 9 on the weekly eliminates that. I mean, you were able to catch a 15% move up, happily close these longs, flip short comfortably, and here we are. So Bitcoin's looking very bad. There's nothing that's really changed. I mean, this is pretty ugly. And what you're going to see now is exactly what I talked about, which is, excuse me, you're going to see, all of this nice, lovely price action, which has been up. We were going up for how long? 16 days. Well, you're going to see this 16 days of price action, in my opinion, completely erased in 7. It's totally in Bitcoin's nature, and I showed this on Wednesday's stream, totally in Bitcoin's nature to, just go up for like 2 weeks, everyone gets bullish, and then in 4 or 5 days, just totally done. I mean, we've already done that in today, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 days of just now we're done. We're possibly going to eliminate the 5th day. So that's 5 days almost, possibly. Price action that's about to get eliminated. Even if we count this right around, that could be 6 days in one day. That's why shorting is fun. It's just not fun when you don't get follow through. So I'm very, very happy that we went short again. I'm glad that we were able to catch that. You know, I'll explain what happened yesterday, which was kind of funny. Yesterday, we had a nice little bull trap. I'll explain why. So our gear on these shorts, too, were based also on that 8-hour EMA 100. You were getting chop around there. I had to notice that and mentally note that getting chop around that zone is never a good sign. We wanted this to, you know, break out, hold it, and then hold above it, especially with the meme line. When I noticed this chop here, on top of it, lower highs within the chop, I'm like, huh, is that really it? Like, are we about to break down from here? And this is about to be the most obvious short ever. But what you noticed was people were getting worried because I was emphasizing the importance of the EMA 100 yesterday. Now, what you had yesterday was a reclaim of that, the 9 and the 100. Why wasn't I concerned though? Well, this 8-hour happened on the daily close. The daily close helped guide my bias because what you had was you still never closed above the 34. So that's why I alerted the Discord and told everyone, no. This is, you know, just nothing of substance. We're actually going to add to our shorts. Now it's just solely based on the daily 34, and that's why using these moving averages are quite nice, in my opinion. Wow, Bitcoin is doing a little dumpski dumps, isn't she? Nice. We're currently up 171%. Congratulations of anyone who shorted that. It wasn't easy, I will say, in the sense that it was extremely easy, but it's not easy when, you know, you've already taken 2 stop losses already. It's kind of bullshit. But yeah, so remember, Bitcoin can do its lovely move where it can go all the way back down. It can even break its daily trend today before we close. But don't get blindsided. We very easily can do this and then move up again, right? Test the SMA 200 and then reject. We absolutely could do that. This will be my add zone to the big short. And I'll add like another Bitcoin there. That to me makes a lot of sense. That is the only thing that you can trade right now. If you're not positioned, I don't know why you wouldn't be short, but if you're not positioned, this is the only scenario which you can trade. It's solely based on the deviation. It makes a lot of sense. It's to the book, but you have to mentally note that it hasn't worked out because of the chop. But in this scenario, we're hoping we're finally going to get follow through. So ideally, this will work out. You just take the SMA 200 deviation short, go it on, put it on like a 5x, have your stop at this high, and then, you know, manually cut if you reclaim it. Very, very simple in my head. We had the same exact play on the 4-hour, which I told everyone here. 4-hour deviated the EMA 100. There was another technical short trigger on this retest here. Slight front ran, and now we're down almost 1% from that point. What you'll notice is Bitcoin's now approaching support in this range. This is very important. I do believe if I go to my other chart, we're almost at support as well. I'll use this one because we actually drew this together on stream. You have to gauge this zone. So 84,000 to 83,500 is very important. I actually do believe that's right around where the monthly 9 is. Let me check though. No, never mind. Monthly 9's at 80,500. What is right around there though, besides a meme line? Anything on the HBDR? No. Damn, no, because even the 38.2% is at 81.9. Let me check the index. No. Yeah, I mean, you're just essentially going to be watching 84,000 to 84,300. Let's see if the daily SMA 200 breaks down. We're just in the midst of a breakdown now, in my opinion.
And also, it's nice that it's doing it through the week, like going into the weekend, because if Friday's bearish, Saturday is even more bearish, and Sunday lately has been more bearish, right?
Yeah, dirty.
I'm about to post a short-term time frame long on the Bitcoins from about 82K to 84.5 before, as a bearish retest.
Makes
Nice.
sense. Plays into the retest scenario like this. Get out at the SMA 200, add to the short or short again. That's what I'll be doing. Like I said, makes sense. Unless we're truly bearish. And remember, though, that long idea may not work because what you'll have is a trend shift. So we very well could easily nuke, hit the 38.2%, and then the trend is shifted. We then do the dirty rally up, form the lower high, and then the long makes sense. But we could easily capitulate from this point as soon as we do daily trend shift, because what you're going to have is a lot of dirty bulls trapped here, and their only hope is that the daily trend is shifted, that bullish divergence plays out. Bullish divergence. And it's looking quite grim, especially when we know that the weekly is primed. I mean, nothing has changed. The same exact energy that we had here around when we wanted to go to 70s and 60s, it's the same exact thing. We're just higher and we have better shorts. Nothing has changed, though. We have the same exact setup, and Bitcoin literally could capitulate in 2 weeks all the way down to 67s, 69s. So
Guys, what about the tailwinds?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I don't know, Scott. I don't know, man.
Oh, well, I'm out. Bye, Scott.
Adios. No, I don't know.
It.
I just do what the charts tell me, and the charts were whispering in my ears to short yesterday. So, yeah.
Very nice.
So that's Bitcoin. We're watching, engaging. This is looking more and more like the daily lower high. Confirmed once we actually break, in my opinion, 83.2. Break 83.2, daily trend has shifted. Daily BBWP is going to be firing off, while also we're going to be losing that EMA 34 on the weekly, giving you the next technical target right at $64,000, which is right at the EMA 100 on the weekly. So that's Bitcoin. That's all I have on that. I'll go to Tether dominance because it's quite interesting, actually. And today, copy. Okay, let's go to Tether dominance and check this out, because actually it did hold the 34. Would you look at that? It's very simple style of trading. I mean, if a level holds on crypto, you generally should just not disregard it until you lose it. And so it's the same logic here. 34 held, and then this right here. I remember this, actually. This was like really nice to short because it just happened very fast. Major dump here. Everyone was just a filthy bull. Bitcoin had a nice green dildo up. And then the next day, we just eliminated it. This all happened because the 34 held. So when I'm looking at this dump, I'm looking at everyone getting bullish on crypto Twitter, and I'm looking at the 34 consistently hold 1, 2, 3, 4 closures above it, while also basing at the 38.2%. I at very minimum had to look for a move back to the median, if not a nice busting action up. So now, again, this daily is very important for crypto. This is possibly going to really confirm our biases today down, right? Daily SMA 200's loss on Bitcoin, but Tether dominance is going to reclaim back into this range at 5.23%. Very significant. If we reclaim 5.23%, we're going to have the next move per the HBDR all the way at 5.48%. But I don't see why we're not going to take it all the way home and go to the top of the range, more closer to 5.58%. Now, that'll be really important. Why? Because remember, we were talking about the weekly potentially being topped in quotation marks. Bears were essentially looking at this as a doji top at the SMA 200 with a possible lower high. Lower high as long as we're under October 7th wick high on the weekly. Now, this is very important because this is closing in 2 days. What you have is you have a potential front run of the weekly 9, first logical bounce place you'd have to look at. You have a potential reclaim back into this range. It's very important on Tether dominance, but mostly you're going to be reclaiming the EMA 100. Doing that would give you the next move right around the SMA 200. At that point, if you're testing this zone again, you've already hit it once, twice. You have to really consider the possibility of the third time being the actual breakout. Once Tether dominance actually reclaims above the weekly SMA 200, this will really start shifting my idea that, we're in a bear market. And that's just simply based on the fact that we've never been under this. The only time we were under it was during this bull market. So if we are now above it, I have to then look at this as potentially implications for Bitcoin's monthly to possibly get lost, and we are then in a confirmed bear market when that does occur. This is looking very bullish. Let me see if there's a silver cross. No, but we do see the 9 has crossed the 21. You do see the 200 was holding, so we lost the 100 where we went to the 200, front run the 9. This is looking very bullish to me still. Very, very bullish indeed. While the daily here is about to do some busting action, you have a little divergence here on, a little divergence here on BBWP, busting above 15%, confirmed today. It's looking good to go, in my opinion, back up to at least test these highs. That has implications for Bitcoin going all the way back down to its all-time low of the range, closer to 80,000 to like 78,000.
Alex, I have some additional information, breaking news, so that we want to know if you would change your stance on the short right now on Bitcoin. And the reason why is just in, Michael Saylor says that Bitcoin's market cap will eventually reach $500 trillion. $500 trillion.
Can't argue with that.
Just breaking news, everyone. Are you going to close your shorts?
Tempted to add, actually. No,
There you go. That's it. Exactly.
I'll put the I'll wait for the daily, but I am tempted to put the 85.5 ad in. That's crazy. When you have Kathy Wood talking about bullshit, Saylor buying, he bought like a shit ton of Bitcoin recently at like, I don't even know, a bad price, like up here, like up here. Bought it like 87s, I think 88s. Whereas, when we were down here, I think he bought like no Bitcoin. Like he made that purchase and it was like pennies worth. So
when he went down, that's when we used the summary information that El Salvador had purchased 5 Bitcoins, and that was enough to pump us all the way here.
Yeah, just making the big buys up here at resistance. What about down here when it's like 15% lower? These people are funny. I wish I could manage this amount of money. That'd be fun.
I don't think they're managing money. I think they're just selling you stuff.
Could be. Absolutely could be right on that. This though will give you confluence of that retest idea. That's why you don't really want to be itching to short right now. You rather just wait for the daily. Let this thing go up. Let it go up higher even. Doesn't matter. Wherever this closes, you're going to be looking for the throwback. The throwback here will be your essentially structure forming for bulls, right? You get that higher low brewing because we are potentially about to daily trend shift tether dominance. I'm going to be looking at this as the last lower high. So I'll draw that meme line right there.
You know what my conspiracy theory brain says for why Saylor always buys the local tops?
Why?
Maybe they're not actually buying the tops. Maybe they're buying it cheaper and saying they bought the top and pocketing the difference. They're still buying the Bitcoins.
That could be interesting.
I'd do it.
I would too.
Yeah. Why not? So this is interesting because you see we almost trend shifted on the daily here, but we missed it by like 0.01%. That's interesting, actually. Bears are going to try to reject here. They're going to really try to make this a dirty lower high. Very close to shifting this, though. So the idea is, could get a pullback around here. Wouldn't be surprised. You're going to be watching for a throwback. What was resistance being the 9 should be support. That has moved all the way up to the meme line. Should be gauging a bounce there. That we can get some structure. If we don't trend shift now, maybe that's what we need in order to actually get the higher high break. That'll bode well for Bitcoin. Confirms our bias of possibly a long, right? Possibly we do get a bounce around here. Maybe we do get a bounce, close the daily, rallies up into Friday. Maybe Saturday consolidates, Sunday CME opens, dump. Possibly it could be like that. If we're truly bearish, though, we'll just capitulate down, and I'm perfectly fine with that as well. So that's that. Let's check Bitcoin dominance real fast. Yeah, Bitcoin dominance still looks like it's I don't know what I was drawing here, what I was doing. Bitcoin dominance though, yeah, it looks like it's just itching to go to the 63.79% still. It's on a very strong uptrend. Even here, this was a higher high, higher low. It's looking ready to do some more busting action. 2 days even reset on volatility, starting to move up. It's very interesting to see that. Again, it's looking more and more like a bear market whenever you start seeing Bitcoin dominant pump up and Bitcoin dump. I mean, you only really do see that in a bear market, TBH. You know, and that's bad. That's really bad news for altcoins. You know, this is why I went short on altcoins, because when I looked at Bitcoin dominance on Wednesday, so what was that right here? To me, it just looked like it was ready to do some busting action with BBWP reset, with everyone getting horny on ETH. It was funny because I think it was last night. I don't know. Someone on the Discord was like, "Oh, are you bullish on ETH now? I mean, we're really like going up. ETH looks like it's ready to go up to 2,500. I'm super bullish. I think you should reconsider shorting." As soon as I saw that, I immediately gave an Academy short on ETH. I have even on the chat, I was like, "Oh, so I'm like going to short ETH right now, boys." That was literally like here. Yeah, that was at 2038. So I gave the short trigger here. My invalidation was here. Well, that played out pretty nicely. So again, I appreciate whoever told me to short ETH, because, well, 8.5% is pretty cheeky from the entry. But that is the environment you get with Bitcoin dominance going up and a Bitcoin going down, Bitcoin going down. Another short I wish I got filled in was XRP. I saw it right here. I wanted to get filled at $2.40. The Academy had a short at $2.39, but both, I mean, it literally hit $2.39. And then now it's down from that point, 9%. This again could give a short trigger that I'll just quickly mention that. The daily SMA 200 on XRP, and this just kind of shows how strong XRP is. Well, ETH is greatly away from that. Bitcoin has just, you know, like 2-3 weeks ago lost it. XRP is now losing it again. So this could give an easy short, considering too that it hasn't really worked that way. We've been just chopping generally. If what we do think with Bitcoin might occur, we could see this 9 go down, you know, match closer to the EMA 100. Could give us an easy trade, in my opinion. I'll be looking at that closely. But yeah, I mean, that's just what occurs when you have a Bitcoin dominance, very bullish, and Bitcoin going down. Even Solana here, very, very obvious. Wanted to take the short at 140s, 141. So, you know, market, it's nice. It really, I'll finish off with this. My bias was bear yesterday because of this. You know, I essentially did not like the fact that so the fact that we deviated the SMA 200 on ES1. I understand that these deviations may not work like fully on crypto because it's crypto, but generally they work beautifully with stocks. You had a deviation, and this is why I gave such an easy logical short here. It rallied up, and I told the Discord here, I'm going to front run this because I don't know if we're fully going to even hit this. And that's how bearish markets were yesterday. It worked out nicely, and now we're actually getting the follow through on this short. That's why I even shorted ES1. It just seemed like easy money to me, which is here. I even front ran that bid. Some people got in on a better entry, nice 30% though. But you know, as long as we're under that SMA 200 on ES1, you have to be really cautious. I mean, the last occurrences of this have been pretty brutal. I mean, here we see here from that point, we went down another 1.85%. Okay, not the worst, not the worst. Here, pretty obvious, lost it, retested. You went down 3.4%. Okay, it's getting a little more brutal. And then here, this is pretty dramatic. I mean, from that loss, retest, you went down 6%. So, like, my point being, ES1 does like to nuke once it deviates the SMA 200. Here's a better example. Deviation, retest, take the short, and then from that point, we went down 18%. I mean, 21% if you were ballsy and held it. But again, boomers like this. So then we even put in another easy trade here, giving you another 19% from the simple retest of the SMA 200. How can I be bullish across the board when we just lost this? When I know that if we're in a super bull market, it should be looking like this, in my opinion, where we don't even get close to the SMA 200, right?
Mhm.
It's like to 2020 all the way up until like 2022 years. You don't even touch this. And when you do touch it, it's like major opportunity zones. You get major bounces. Whenever you start like losing it, staying under it, that is like your bear markets for ES1. I never ever like to see ES1 lose the SMA 200. On the daily, it's different. It's stronger. It's so you have so much data with this. This is like what you need to happen. You need this just to grind a bottom and then full send up where you don't hit it within years. You know, the fact that you start flirting around it makes you concerned about a breakdown. And so if we go all the way back to where we're at now, yeah, it's not a good sign. You can even see here, quick SFP reclaimed it. Okay, but then this is like bull market vibes. Boom, you're far away from it. This is different though, where you SFP it, you don't move from it, and then you lose it again, even, right? Because we deviated it, lost it, dumped. Even on that dump was pretty dramatic. I remember in this scenario, I thought to my damn, I should have just shorted that. That's why I took the short now. Led to a 4% move down, pretty nice. And then here we again reclaimed it, but just didn't like the vibe here. Like daily couldn't reclaim the 34. Concerned about that. Weakness. HBDR was looking concerning as well. Where, we're just like, essentially back into the blue zone. I don't know. It just seemed like trappy to me. So that's why I shorted this. I'm going to be holding this short. I do think at minimum we can actually go up to 5,450. I'm going to be looking at this as a front run of support, which is just plays into the bull trap scenario, right? If you are a stingy person and you were trying to bid this zone, you possibly saw some strength and front ran it. It worked well, but I do think we can easily come all the way down. And even if we view this, I mean, per the EMAs, you're rejecting the 34 on the weekly, which has been pretty, like, we haven't messed with that this entire bull market. And what you see is we're rejecting it now, next target being the EMA 100, which is at 5,286. That's highly interesting because that would mean that the weekly is well, no, it's already trend shifted. So yeah, the weekly's in a downtrend now. Visually, you can even draw resistance here, just based on that low. And yeah, now we have a little range. Very bad, in my opinion. Implications for risk across the board. Didn't get filled on our NVIDIA. I like using NVIDIA too to gauge our risk. Didn't, unfortunately get filled here. Wanted at 123. So yeah, I mean, across the board, what you're seeing is risk on is taking a major beating. They're not happy with Trump tariffs. I think that's what's going on. What was I going to look at before I get off? Oh yeah, Dixie. Excuse me. So Dixie, to me, we have to really watch closely. I'm still going to be on the camp. I'm really only looking at the monthly on Dixie because all else will just be chop. But I'm just going to be gauging the 34 on Dixie on the monthly. I want to see in 3 days if this closes above the 34. If it can, this will really start matching my bias that this could be the next higher low in the monthly. This could bode well for our idea that a bear market could be in. Why? Well, we understand that when Dixie's monthly trend shifts, generally, right, we're in a downtrend. Here's the trend break. So right here in September of 2021, you then start going October 2022. Oh, look at that, 20, and then now we're in 2022, bear market. Generally, you get the trend shift right before the major bear market. Here in 2014, you can see we were in a downtrend. Here, it wasn't until July where we trend shifted. And then from that point, we just trekked up. We were in a bear market across the board in markets. What's another one? Wasn't like 2018 in a bear market? Yeah. Here, lower high, broke it. And then from that point, we did slowly, but slowly and surely moved up. This was your bear market 2020. So, and then your bull market, boom, there you go. So, my point being mainly when this does trend shift on the monthly, you generally do get a major change in markets across the board, and you generally do start capitulating. Wow, ETH really is moving down hard, I will say. Damn, that's impressive. So I'm done. That's it. Fine, you can have the mic now. I'm going to be just looking at the shorts.
You just take the wheel,
Yes, Jesus, take the wheel.
or as they say in Mexico, Jesus.
See.
All right, let's zoom in. So right now, I just had post death a long on the Academy website. And the idea behind this is right now on the daily, where we have lost the 200 SMA, we've lost the median. Whenever you lose the median, you have high probability of coming down to 38.2%. But it's right around that $82,000 zone. Also coming down to fill in this gap. While I do think we're going to bounce in this area, I don't think it's going to be anything of a significant bounce, and I think it's very likely to get rejected pretty quickly. But I think despite being overall bearish, I do think we're going to bounce at this 38.2% on the first tap around at $82,000, somewhere around 82,000 to high 81s. And that bounce probably takes us to somewhere around the median, which right now the median's at 84.5. That's going to be TP1 on the long. And basically the idea is you want to get the majority of that long closed at right around that TP1, and the rest you can just ride just in case it continues to go up, which I don't think it will. And then the TP2, which I don't think is going to happen, is around $87,600. So I put it at 87.5 to front run it a little bit. Pretty unlikely to happen in my opinion. And then TP3, which is even less likely to happen, it's going to be that situation where we actually do get that tap of 91K right around that 100 EMA on the daily, and then that's likely going to be pretty high probability this is going to be a rejection no matter. So basically the idea is, even if we're it's gonna sound weird. Even if we're bullish, we're bearish. If that makes any sense, pretty funny. Even in the highest, the nicest situation for bulls, still it's likely to end up in a lower high and lower. But right now, I am looking for a long somewhere around that $82,000 zone entry there. Stop loss is going to be this wick low at about $81,100. So you are risking about, let's see here, 1% to make about 3%. So 3 to 1. And then if it was to go up, which I don't think it will, to the 38.2%, that's about 6 to 7% with 1% down. So 3 to 1 and 6 to 1. Pretty good. Let's shift to the monthly. Monthly right now is giving us another rejection of this. Let me switch to the index, not the Binance chart. Although he is my favorite Chinaman, his chart doesn't apply for this data, for what I need. The monthly right now is giving us many rejections of the median, and as long as you're rejecting the median, you have probabilities of coming down to the 38.2%. It doesn't tell you when you're going to do it, just overall that you're probably going to do it. And usually, when that happens is that whenever you lose this 9 EMA, which right now the 9 has been holding strongly. And that 9 is at a very round psychological $80,000 number. So once you solidly lose $80,000 and start trading in the 70s, pretty quickly from there, it's likely going to capitulate and come down to somewhere around $63,300. Keep that number in the back of your mind. And every single time beforehand on this entire bull market, this bottom 38.2% has been the number we've hit before going to new all-time highs on the cycle. So it's technically still possible that it could come down to this area, grind out a higher low, and then go to new all-time highs from there. I just don't think it's going to happen because every single time we had this before, we didn't have monthly bearish divergence, which we do have right now. And I am putting a lot of weight on that monthly bearish divergence. To invalidate that, you'd have to close above $102,769. If we get a close over that area, then I'm going to say, all right, we're probably going to 150s at a minimum, right around this 38.2%. But it's a very big if, very big but, as if it was Colombian. I'm child. But on the monthly momentum is starting to flip back up with volatility, technically in an expansion phase above the moving average, but it has not closed yet. We've got 3 days and 10 hours to go. So bears would ideally want to dump us in this next 3 days and 10 hours and reverse this momentum flipping up to solidly exert their control and take us down to $63,000. And then we could pull up the monthly jewel. Monthly jewel has started to curve back over and lose the buy signal, and now it's giving us a neutral, very close to a sell signal. So even if we are bullish in this situation, it would likely curve back over down towards the edge of the bullish control zone, right around this yellow, and then flip back up from there if we are bullish. If we're not bullish, we'll just break out of this bullish control zone and make its way to the bearish control zone. And like just like the RSI on the monthly jewel, we have confirmed bearish divergence with a lower high on the jewel and a higher high in price. 2-week is now trying to flip back up, still below the moving average, still in the bearish control zone, with volatility still technically in an expansion phase, very close to getting contraction though. And we're getting a bounce at right at this 21 EMA, which is 21 EMA to tell it to be 100% honest, has been our correction zone before hitting new all-time highs in the past. But we've only done it one time, so if one doesn't make a trend, we can't assume that's going to happen again. The invalidation for this right now, for this being a lower high, is getting a 2-week close over $89,800. So basically around $90,000. You get a 2-week close over there, then you're likely going to go to new all-time highs right around the median, which is at $115,000. Very unlikely that's going to happen, however, and this 38.2% is likely to continue to be rejection. But before we come down to this 55 EMA at around $63,000, very interesting number. Weekly previously was above the moving average. Now it started flipping back down and rejecting it. This is the idea that we're looking for on the monthly, because the weekly was as well above the moving average, and then it dumped, and then it dropped below the moving average before the close. So now weekly is shifting back into the bearish control zone, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, rejecting momentum getting above the moving average, and volatility is now once again flipping back to the upside. Time for a breakdown. Right now, the pink is freshly crossing below the yellow, and the dark blue is losing the bullish control zone, approaching the bearish control zone. And we are rejecting this cluster of EMAs. Makes it a little bit less likely that we're going to bounce from here, and likely we're going to go a little bit lower, towards somewhere around 61.8%, around $81,000 to $82,000. Then likely get a little bit of a bounce from there, although that bounce is likely going to fail, very likely going to fail, and take us lower towards this 100 EMA at around $63,000. 5 days, a little bit different from the weekly though. 5 days getting out of the bearish control zone on momentum, with momentum flipping up. Volatility is not contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high. Highly probable we've already put in that lower high, considering we've tapped 38.2% and rejecting it so far. And confirmation for that will be if we lose right now about $81,100, which is the invalidation for the long. And that will likely dump us and capitulate us towards somewhere around $72,000 to $73,000 rather quickly for a little bit of a bounce and down to 63,000. Invalidation for the move to the downside is going to be getting a 5-day close over about $88,800, and that will likely be enough for me to say we're probably going to go into the low to mid 90s. And once we're trading in the low to mid 90s, it's going to be a little bit hard to keep the bearish bias. Right now, the jewel on the 5-day is losing the sell signal, starting to curve back around with a neutral, but we have the pink below the yellow, so you would have to have an overall bearish bias, while this does give you your lower high bounce. Because if we were to put it with a vertical line every single time that we've lost the sell signal, within the bearish control zone too, that would be one right there, one right there, right there. There. That should be enough with this one, these two. Let's see. Gave us a little bit of a bounce before a major dump. What we're looking for now, 7.4%. This one, about 18%. This one was nothing at all, really. Oh, it's something. 12.68%. So 12.68%. 46%. Very interesting. That's a lot. I don't think that's going to happen. But maybe I'm wrong and we go to new all-time highs with a 46% pump. Immediately about 44%, very similar to that 46 number. And then about 86, and then 179%. About 10. So very close to that 12% number. So let's see how much we've pumped now. 5.6%. So if we take it to that 10% number, bring us to right around $92,500, which gets us very, 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 very close to the area, reversing this downtrend and taking us back to new all-time highs, but not quite doing it. That would be quite the dirty move that does play out. Although that I'm biased against that happening. And as we always know, my bias is never wrong. The market just gives us bullshit. Right on the 2-day, we have a silver cross to the downside, and as of this moment, we are getting a rejection of that silver cross. So we would have to more or less expect sooner rather than later to touch this 200 SMA at around $75,000. Right now, momentum is once again flipping back down while volatility contracts. Volatility sitting at 14%, so now it's just about to give us a setup where volatility will expand with the momentum to the downside. And we're pretty close to losing our bicycle on the fuel. It is now starting to get a curvature to the downside, pretty close to switching into a neutral signal and then shifting to a sell signal. And that lines up with us losing the median on the 2-day as well. And that would give us a target of hitting the bottom 38.2%, which lines up with our entry on the long right around $81,500. Daily is also flipping back down once again, rejecting the bullish control zone, and the volatility is approaching 0%, while the daily jewel is already losing its buy signal and about to lose the bullish control zone. So pretty close, and moving the median, which would play out that long, which we mentioned before, go down to 38.2%, 82s to high 81s, get a little bit of a bounce rejects, and then lower. 4 hours flip down on momentum within the bearish control zone with volatility expansion and jewels once again giving it switching into a sell signal. And we've lost the 38.2% with our 200 SMA. Rejected the 5. It's looking quite bearish towards at least somewhere around this $82,000 area, which will fill our long. And then inshallah, we bounce there. Switch to the RSI. Ding. Right now, quarterly does have hidden bullish divergence on the RSI, and it is going to be active as long as we're closing above $58,890. But this is one of those hidden bullish divergences, which the majority of the move has played out. It's very easy to argue the entire move has played out. And what's going to happen once it invalidates is it's unlikely to invalidate on this closure because we'd have to close pretty low, below $58,800, and that's in 3 days and 10 hours. We've seen some pretty crazy things, but we haven't quite seen a $30,000 dump in 3 days. So I don't think that's going to happen. But on this next close, you're gonna have to close below 76,702, which is quite a lot easier to do. And if you confirm the invalidate that hidden bullish divergence, what you're gonna have is 1, 2, 3 lower highs on the RSI with higher highs on price, giving you 3 drives of bearish divergence. You've never once had 3 drives of bearish divergence on the quarterly on Bitcoin history. That will very likely.
I'm sorry, just because I'm learning too. Wouldn't it be 4, 1, 2, 3? I'm seeing 3 triangles, and then there's a fourth one. Like that's the
No,
first
because
one.
this one wouldn't count.
Oh, because
You
it's
have
a
to use
higher
this
high.
one.
Got it.
Yeah, this one, and this one.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And that would at a minimum, absolute minimum, put you at about this 9 EMA, which is, what do you know, $63,000. But likely it goes lower than that because 3 drives is quite significant. And that probably take us to right around this 21. 21's at about $44,000. Keep that number in the back of your mind. And if you were to note, our major dump right here was right after Luna, and then we went right down to the 21 EMA. The only reason we went a little bit lower, and it was not even that much lower, was because FTX collapsed, which was kind of a black swan. Makes a lot of sense to come down to somewhere around this 21 EMA to make our next cycle bottom, right around this $40,000 area, and then take us up to somewhere around 200 to 250K, where 1 Bitcoin equals 1 used McLaren 720S. Monthly currently has confirmed bearish divergence as long as we're closing below 102,769. And every single time we've had bearish divergence confirmed on the monthly in the past, it's been the start of the bear market. I would rather assume the trend is going to hold, and this time is different. And we'll talk about this in the momentum chart.
What about the
We-
tailwinds, guys? Come on, the tailwinds, guys.
Hey,
I
you're
told
getting-
everyone about the tailwinds, guys. Come on,
You're getting bounces along the way, Scott. You're getting bounces along the way. Your tailwinds are working.
I told everyone about the fucking tailwinds, man. This can't be right, man. What if they don't invite me to the McLaren thing, man? It's okay, Scott. Don't worry about it, dude. Like, it's just a
All right.
little error.
Scott's
Happens.
gonna get one of
God.
those text. Scott's gonna get one of those text messages from his mom saying, "You told us to buy Ethereum at $4,000. Now it's $1,000. Fix it. This is why we don't love you."
Fix it. That's funny.
Sorry,
Sure thing,
boys.
mom.
Scott
Let me
just
go talk
fucking
to the
ran out.
developers.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is amazing. I also, by the way, I made I have a podcast releasing later today, the one that I do with my friend Rod, and I was talking. We do like a Bitcoin analysis, and I was like, well, we are like basically short term bearish on it, and blah blah blah. And I go, well, and when I say we, it's just Alex and Farhan. They know what they're doing. I'm just taking all the credit for it. So please remember that it's me. And today, fucking Bitcoin went down. Like, it's like whoever's going to watch it today is going to be like, oh, damn,
Hey.
that Alex and that Farhan.
They probably recorded this after it went down.
Probably. That's most likely what's going to happen. Yes.
Could have gone the other way though, like pop the 90s, 95s, and that wouldn't look too good for us. No.
You gotta assume the most retarded of interpretations.
Oh, always. Oh, trust. I've been doing this for many years, sir.
Are you sure you and Rodrigo are not related? You guys are like twins.
It's the weirdest thing. I personally don't think we look alike at all, but everyone says that, and I feel so bad because he's like really good looking, and all girls melt for him, and then there's me. I feel terrible whenever they're like, "Oh, you guys look great! Like you guys look like you're twin brothers." I'm like, "Oh man, poor Rod. He's not getting the best of this." I'm like, "I'll take it, but not him."
Hey, there's been some situations where he shows him from the back, and I'm like, damn, that looks very identical.
Wow, that sounds really gay. But yeah, go on.
Damn, I just realized how it sounds. No Diddy. On the 2-week, we have confirmed 3 drives in bearish divergence, and it's going to be active as long as we're closing above 95,000 or 99,520, basically $100,000. And we've hit the first target of the move, which is the edge of the bullish control zone and the 21 EMA. Next target is going to be if we can get a tick below 76,700. That'll take us to the 55 at about $63,000. Very nice. Weekly right now does have confirmed hidden bullish divergence. It is arguable that it has played out already because it's tapped the edge of the bearish control zone. We've tapped this cluster of EMAs. Right now, any move higher, we're going to have to get a close above about 87,504 on a weekly basis, and that'll likely take us up to $91,000. But right now, it's unlikely that happens. And if we get a close below, or even a tick below 76,702, likely going to come down to 73, and then bounce there, and then towards 63. And we'll talk about that in the momentum chart. 5-day currently has active bearish divergence as long as you're closing below 95,150, and any tick below 76.7, and you're likely going to come down to about 72,000 for a little bit of a bounce, 72, 73, and then down to about 63 for a bigger bounce. Come on. Today is about to put in a fresh third drive for hidden bearish divergence. In 1 day and 10 hours, as long as you close below $85,841. And that will give us pretty easy target of this 200 at about $75,000. See if that lines up with any of our RSI targets. Oh, very interesting. Our bearish control zone is at 75,850. Wow, amazing. Muy bien. Nothing on that one. Now we do momentum. Nice little dump ski on Scam Ultimate's shit.
On Oklo?
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's at 23.
Monthly momentum is now flipped to the downside with a volatility setup, volatility dropping below 15%. Monthly bearish divergence confirmed, and we're going to be flipped down below $102,000. The last time we had monthly bearish divergence, well, momentum was flipped heavily to the downside, and we had a volatility setup. It's right before Luna collapsed. And how much did we go down from a wick high to a wick low in that month? 63% to the downside in a month.
We don't
Wow.
like to think about so much of how much price went down when the Luna thing happened, but how much people cried when the Luna thing happened.
Yeah.
That's basically, I measure it in tears.
Because a lot
There
of
was a
people
lot of
had
tears.
everything, had their entire net worths in the Luna stablecoin. They were thinking
Well,
they were
yeah,
safe in the stablecoin.
because he was giving them, because they could stake it, right? And they could get 18%. That's what everyone was doing. I remember talking to people and they're like, dude, I got ETH. Then I got a loan against my ETH and I'm paying that loan against the ETH with this. I'm staking my money in
Oh
Luna.
my
I was like,
God.
what? And then he just
Like,
went down.
the number one thing in any single market, not even market in life, doesn't just ring a bell that if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
I guess
Except
crypto has
GME.
desensitized people to that because people put in
Except
$100 into some shitcoin and make $1 million, so now it's desensitized them to too good to be true.
let me also quickly open a parenthesis here because I was talking to Rod about this. Did you see Donald Trump is DJT, right? They announced,
Yeah.
which is Truth Social. They announced, listen, we're not making money. So you know what they did? They announced that they're going to do ETFs for crypto and also buy Bitcoin, right? Great. GME. All right, we can't make any money. What are we going to do? We're going to buy Bitcoin. So what is the now MicroStrategy doesn't make any money with its actual business. It's just Bitcoin that keeps going up and they're actually losing money on the operation. Let's buy Bitcoin. What is this bullshit? Why is every company that doesn't work just buying Bitcoin and every retard's like, oh my God, I should invest all my money in there instead of just buying Bitcoin? What the fuck is going on right now? Did we breach a door that had like all the stupidity behind it and now we're just in it and now everything is just so stupid? Every
Yeah,
company that's going bankrupt, I'm just going to buy some Bitcoin. That's it.
this move
That's
is
it.
called generating exit liquidity.
Yeah, absolutely. It's unbelievable. It's driving me nuts.
I wouldn't be surprised if these companies have some dude on Binance longing the fuck out of it when they announce that they bought it,
For sure. Something.
and then
Something.
shorting the bottom. That's how they make their money.
My God. Brutal to be out there.
GameStop announces a surprise profit of $50 million next quarter. They shorted Bitcoin at the top when they knew that they were gonna pump it.
That's right.
2 week, just like the monthly has confirmed bearish divergence with a volatility setup approaching. Last time we had a volatility setup with bearish divergence was right here at Luna. Very interesting. Quite scary if you're looking for upside. And we're pointed down below 102,500. 102 seems to be a very significant number. Weekly is also getting volatility expansion, and weekly is giving us a derp of death and pointed down below $90,350. 5 days now dancing with flipping up, but it's currently to the upside. And in 3 days, it will flip down and start volatility contraction if we can close below $86,700. And it's flipping. It would be flipping up with a rejection of the critical zone. If it flips down though, it closes below 86.7. That'll take us into the critical zone. Which look at the last time we've been in the critical zone. This critical zone area has been a bounce on the 5 day this entire bull market. The last time we were even at the critical zone was in September of 2023 when we went to about $24,000 before the United States setup of 2023 happened. We're a very, very significant area at that critical zone. When did we freshly break it for the first time? First time we freshly broke the critical zone, and even just slightly, was in that spring of 2021 correction, if you can even call that a correction, when we went down to about $30,000. The next time around we went and broke the critical zone was in January of 2022 when we went to about $30,000. It's the same number. Interesting. Then we broke it again on Luna. I didn't realize we were that low right now on the 5-day. We haven't even gone down that much, and we're sitting at the critical zone. A Bitcoin is still trading for over $80,000. On the 2-day, we're just now starting to get volatility expansion momentum. Volatility is getting above the moving average, and we're still flipped to the upside. Very interesting. And we'll be flipped up as long as we're above 83,550. But, big but, we're approaching the edge of the bearish control zone, which right over here, the pivot is likely going to go up. So we have to wait until this next close to see what this pivot goes to. Come on. And daily is now starting to get volatility expansion. Just a quick tap and go. First started expanding above the 15%, then tapped it, and then now it's getting confirmed expansion. And we're flipping down freshly, rejecting the critical zone as long as we're below $87,300. 4 hours also getting volatility set up below 15%, flipping down, entering the critical zone as long as we're below $85,900. So all of the high time frames right now are aligning to the downside, giving us bearish divergence and a volatility setup, which is the same exact setup we had during the Luna crash. We're getting the 2-week giving us the same setup as the Luna crash with the volatility setup and bearish divergence, momentum flipping down below 102,500. The only time frames that are slightly bullish is going to be like the 2-day, which is currently flipped to the upside, and the daily is now flipping down. 4 hours now flipping down with volatility expansion. It is highly likely that the lower high is in right around the $80,000 area, and we're probably going to go to somewhere around 73s, and then a little bit of a bounce there to maybe 78, and then eventually down to 63s for a bigger bounce. Invalidation for all of this is going to be closing above 87,800 on a daily basis, which takes us up to 91s. Still very likely that 91s we tap gets rejected and we go down to 73s and 63s. Invalidation for that is going to be getting a weekly close over about $93,000 if you can, or 94,000 to be safe. If you can get a weekly close over $94,000, and you're like going to go to new all-time highs. Right now, I'm leaning towards the lower high already being in and dumping from here towards 73s, a little bit of a bounce, 63s. If we're a little bit more bullish in that situation, 91s would be that area, although I don't think that's going to happen. But if you do get it, you should be thankful because that's going to be an epic entry for a short.
I just remember Will Clementa's words when shit started to break down, and he goes, Will Clement is actually really smart. Yeah, Will's very, like, one of the best. I don't understand why he's such a good trader being so young, but I guess just like you, Alex, you're one of those prodigies.
He's more on the fundamental side, but he's only one of the few people who actually knows how to use fundamentals.
Yeah, like at a different level, absolutely. And when he saw it breaking down, he goes, "This is worse than I expected," and he just left it at that. He didn't get into why or anything, and I was like, I agree. I'm gonna be keeping an eye out on this because Will was very good on the last cycle, and he was the reason why I got into Coinbase. So when he was at like 120, so I respect this analysis. The other thing is, it was funny when GME announced that they were going to buy Bitcoin, and then Jim Cramer said, like, I love this, but how are we feeling today, everyone, with GME and this? Not very
good. The man's
good,
a legend. The man's a fucking legend.
Very good. All righty. Thank you, sir. And for the next ones, we're going to do Tesla, Rivian, which is next. Oh, we got nice ones. All right. Tesla, Rivian, and then we'll get into the other ones.
I'll do Rivian.
I'm going to do Tesla. I'll be the Nazi.
Sounds mega Gucci. Thank you, gentlemen.
I'm going to hit the button.
Hit it. I thought you said the bong at first. I was like, already? Like, no, dude, it's too early for me. No, I can't do that. I'm old.
He's just running.
No, sir, the baño.
Yeah, I see.
For
Enjoy. Good. Bitcoin falling, cayendo de los $84,000. Nada mal. Para toda la gente que nos está viendo en este momento, solamente este es un anuncio para la gente en la academia. Alex mandó ayer como 7, 9 shorts para todos ustedes. Todos están en verde fuerte, sobre todo los de los cripto. Nada mal. Y solamente no quiero que se confundan. Farhan acaba de mandar un long, pero es un long de un rebote, ¿ok? Dentro de lo que estamos esperando y continuando ver la caída y seguimos apostando a que va a continuar cayendo, creemos que va a haber un rebote. Es por eso que les llegó también la notificación, la alerta del long. Para todos ustedes que se preguntan de qué hablo, son las alertas en el sitio de Elite Trading Academy. Ese servicio. Eso es lo que estamos hablando en este momento. Solamente porque sé que a veces confunde, güey, ¿cómo que estamos en corto y vamos a abrir un long? No, sigues en tu corto y vas a abrir un long en el rebote. Y ese rebote tiene una invalidación también por si te equivocas. Bueno, por si nos equivocamos, ¿no? Pero aquí lo tienen. Estamos viendo Bitcoin simplemente en la semanal. Quiero poner esto para que todo el mundo pueda practicar algo divertido. ¿Qué estamos viendo? Tuvimos nuestros altos acá, podemos argumentar un doble techo por acá de los $109,000. Bueno, primero fue en los 108,000, luego los 109,000 y después de ahí chopeamos de lado y caímos. Caímos al siguiente rango. El siguiente rango está entre 89,000 y $69,000. Hemos simplemente estado en la parte alta del rango, apenas tocando la media que está en 80,600, ¿ok? Vamos cayendo en este momento. Bitcoin está en 83,900. Bien, nuestros shorts siguen imprimiendo. Excelente hasta ahora. ¿Por qué es importante ver esto? Más allá de técnica, tienes que ver, habíamos podido aguantar todo esto, esta estructura de acá alcista hasta acá. Esta vela el 24 de febrero fue la que nos llevó literalmente hasta donde estamos el día de hoy, y esa vela después tuvo seguimiento con una que fue después y hemos tenido 2 semanas de chopeo para arriba y ahora de lado para abajo. Pero ¿dónde sabíamos y podíamos ver la oportunidad para este gran corto? Justamente acá en el retesteo de la área que se rompió a la baja. Lo pueden ver acá. Normalmente cuando ves que hay una vela estilo esta, que llega, toca una zona y rebota el precio con fuerza, ese es un punto pivote del precio. Un punto pivote del precio es un punto importante, por eso tengo mi línea ahí. Esto quiere decir que cuando rompamos a la baja, va a venir a retestear el movimiento, la zona pivote, y de ahí dar continuación a su movimiento. Es donde, por eso no estás adivinando que va a haber un short acá, ¿ok? No lo adivinas. Lo que haces es dejas que el precio te diga dónde va, y que digas dónde va a haber un punto pivote que pueda encontrar ese rechazo una vez más, ¿ok? No solamente lo encontramos con nuestra línea meme que está acá, que ha funcionado perfectamente y es el mismo rango que les he puesto siempre y que han tenido acá por un rato, pero también cuando volteamos a ver nuestros promedios, y de nuevo, esta es una tabla semanal donde simplemente si tienes tantita paciencia, se ve más claro que el agua. Además, tienes 2 rechazos fuertes. El primero, en una tendencia bajista, ¿dónde buscas entrar en tus shorts, en tus cortos? En el 9. Nuestro promedio del 9 es el azul que viene por acá. Justamente lo tocamos en los 88,700 y desde ahí hemos caído. Esa fue la entrada más sencilla de todas de poder entender, ver, etcétera. Ok, con eso dicho, esperamos que el precio continúe cayendo. Obviamente, no esperamos que simplemente se derrita, llegue al fondo y mañana ya podamos subir una vez más. Va poco a poco. Y una vez más, apoyado en la teoría de tienes que hacer que todo el mundo sea alcista y por ende tuviste esta subida de 10% de la parte acá abajo en los 76,000 hasta los 89,000, ¿no? Eso fue literalmente vean, todos los que son bajistas se equivocaron. Y es lo que necesitas para que oficialmente la gente que está vendiendo pueda vender a mejores precios. Y es justamente en donde estamos parados en este momento. Tuvimos nuestro rechazo del 9, del 21 y vamos para abajo. Es por eso que es importante el contexto, solamente se los quería dar en este momento. Además, tenemos setups de volatilidad ante este super dump Peru, pero ahorita los veremos y entraremos en más detalle. Vamos a la trimestral, como siempre. Es bueno para toda la gente que está haciendo un análisis por primera vez, que está aprendiendo por acá con nosotros. Para empezar, gracias por estar aquí con nosotros. Bola de degenerados enfermos, no es cierto. Tenemos, básicamente, esta es nuestra volatilidad. Este es un indicador que se llama BBWP. Para poner indicadores, recuerden, solamente tienes que ir acá y buscar BBWP. Y es este indicador que te aparece. La volatilidad es nuestra línea de colores y nuestra línea blanca es el promedio de la volatilidad. Aquí arriba es 100%, aquí abajo es 0% y esta línea meme es 15%. ¿Por qué usamos una línea meme en el 15%? Porque una vez que volatilidad se mete por acá y sale, acá es cuando nosotros consideramos un setup de los buenos, en el 15%, ¿ok? Habrá veces que se quede aquí abajo navegando y después salga, eso es lo que buscamos. Pero también lo vemos de si venimos de la parte más baja de toda la historia de volatilidad de Bitcoin en la trimestral y vemos que está reventando a la alza y por encima del promedio, lo contamos como expansión de la misma y que está apoyando el movimiento. Este movimiento ahora se está volviendo negativo, está volviéndose rojo. La volatilidad, sobre todo en temporalidades muy altas, puede apoyar un movimiento a los dos lados, en todas las temporalidades, pero en las altas es más común, donde pasa todo este tiempo, tuviste este zampompazo una vez que empezó la volatilidad a expandir y después de ahí continúa expandiendo ante la caída. Pueden ver que nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 62,080, eso es bastante importante para todos en la trimestral. ¿Por qué? Porque ese a fin de cuentas es uno de nuestros objetivos grandes que tenemos en esta bajada de mercado. Y mucha gente nos dirá que suena absolutamente loco, pero es cierto. Y nuestro primer objetivo también, por cierto, ahora son los 73, que es donde está el EMA 5 en la trimestral. Estos 73 y estos 62, más o menos 63, los vemos bastante posibles en un tiempo no muy lejano. Voy a ponerles nuestro HPDR, nuestro Rainbow Chart, para que todo el mundo sepa que somos fanáticos de todo lo LGBTQ, RZY. No, no es cierto, nos da igual, absolutamente igual. Nada más no puedo dejar pasar el chiste. Ok, tenemos la parte alta de la zona azul en $126,000. Tenemos un rechazo de la media, nos rechazó en la pasada. Y recuerden, para cerrar esta vela, faltan 3 días y 9 horas. Estando por debajo de los $102,000, que es donde está la media, en los 101,500, tenemos una alta probabilidad de ir a la parte baja de la zona azul, que son 54,564. Vamos a ver dónde abre la siguiente parte de la zona azul, dónde estará. Pero por ahora vemos que mínimo nuestro promedio del 9 debería ser primer objetivo y segundo objetivo la parte baja de la zona azul en esos 50 y tantos mil dólares. Bien. Mensual. Para empezar, también se me olvidó decir, en la trimestral tenemos en el RSI y en el estocástico tenemos divergencias bajistas y tenemos 2 ya dándose con una tercera posible. Esa sería la divergencia bajista más grande de la historia, en la historia de Bitcoin, en la temporalidad más grande de toda. Simplemente vale la pena notarlo. En la mensual, todos los ciclos de Bitcoin han acabado con una divergencia bajista. En el RSI en la mensual lo tenemos. No nada más eso, perdimos el 5, venimos a retestearlo y estamos cayendo. Y ahora nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser perder el 9. El 9 está acá en los $80,000, que es nuestro siguiente objetivo en esta caída por ahora. Vamos paso a paso. De los 80,000, pueden ver que el 21 está en los 66,000 y subiendo estos 69, por ende, una zona de interés bastante potente para nosotros para ver a Bitcoin caer. De nuevo, tenemos divergencia bajista, aunque hayamos formado esta estructura alcista, estamos rompiendo toda nuestra estructura alcista por acá, y una vez que nos llevemos los 73,500 para abajo, los 73,800 para abajo, rompimos oficialmente toda esta estructura alcista y el juego continúa hasta acá, la parte baja de este rango, en los $49,000, para que lo tengamos presente. Y ahí es donde, honestamente, debería poner otra de estas y tener mi media de rango justo acá. ¡Ta madre, güey! Es que estas cosas funcionan muy bien y muy fácil. Ok, denme un segundo, solamente para que puedan... Ok, les gustó, me han escrito varios donde me piden que les mande estos gráficos. Ahí están. Esto está en 58,881. Mi parte baja de este rango es simplemente los 49,200. Ok, para que lo tengan. De nuevo, cada vez es el agua, ¿no? Te están trayendo el agua y se llena este canal. Vas bajando, el agua llega acá, tienes que estar en este canal. Después, una vez que rompes este canal, tienes que traer el agua para acá y después acá. Es bastante sencillo de entender. Con eso dicho, estamos viendo justamente una vela topera, continuación, y una vela topera, recuerden, es una vela de estas que tiene un cuerpo bastante delgado y el cuerpo gordo de la vela, que es el cuerpo en sí, no nada más las extremidades. El cuerpo de la vela mide menos de 25%, una cuarta parte del total, y está en la parte baja, y es lo que está. ¿Cómo tienes continuación? Simplemente con el cierre abajo de 91,372 si hubiera dado, lo tuviste acá. Esto ya te confirmó que esta vela fue topera y eso nos dice, además de la divergencia bajista que estamos viendo en el RSI, que estamos en lo correcto, además de perder el promedio del 5 en la mensual y ahora buscando este promedio del 9 en los 80,000 a la baja. Bien, Eso dicho, no tenemos volatilidad en la mensual todavía lista, explotando, pero la tenemos en el punto casi más bajo de toda su historia. Esto nos va a dar un setup potente y vamos a ver para dónde expande el precio una vez que la volatilidad comience a expandir con fuerza. Ahora, el setup que estamos viendo justamente en la mensual, ahorita, que es con estas divergencias bajistas, con la volatilidad como está preparándose para ir a cero, fue el mismo setup que vimos acá en abril del 2022 con el colapso de Luna. Es idéntico. No estamos diciendo que vaya a haber algo extraño, no, simplemente se ve igualita la gráfica y normalmente cuando la gráfica se ve así, algo extraño tiene que pasar. Eso es, en mi experiencia personal, lo que he estado viendo y lo que he estado viviendo, aprendiendo estas cosas. 2 semanas. 2 semanas podemos ver exactamente que perdimos nuestro promedio del 9, lo perdimos en este velazo para abajo, venimos a retestearlo y el retesteo del promedio del 9, esta en la de 2 semanas fue literalmente de técnico de a madre. No nada más eso, ya vino a tocar la parte baja de, bueno, antes lo había hecho tocar la parte baja, luego rebotó y ahora estamos acá. Esperamos con paciencia nuestro siguiente objetivo en esos 81,515. Recuerden, si Bitcoin cierra negativo en viernes, tienes una más alta probabilidad de continuación bajista para el domingo. Si cierra positivo, tienes más alta probabilidad de cierre alcista para el domingo. Estamos literalmente bajistas en este momento. Les voy a poner el HPDR para que también lo puedan ver, pero antes quiero también ilustrar que estamos agregando un setup por acá de volatilidad. Volatilidad está a punto de caer por el 15% y eso nos va a dar otro movimiento agresivo en el precio de Bitcoin. Vale. Acá ya tenemos en la de 2 semanas, en la mensual. No, la mensual no se los enseñé, pero vamos a verlo en la mensual rápido con el HPDR. En la mensual estamos justamente en la media, perdiendo los 83,794. Una vez más, estamos a $300 de esto. 83,794 para abajo nos va a llevar a la zona de los 62,000. ¿Ok? Faltan solamente 3 días y 9 horas para cerrar esto. Ahora, si la de 2 semanas va a ser el previo a cómo acabamos esto, porque acuérdense, estamos a punto de perder la media. Acá no solo perdimos la media, caímos y caímos abajo en la parte de la zona azul con el rechazo del 9 y esto nos pone justamente abajo del 50%. Siguiente objetivo debería de ser nuestro 61.8%, que está en los $75,000. Eso elimina estos bajos, rompe toda esta estructura y da continuación más bajista, creando altos más bajos más bajos, como va dándose para adelante. Semanal, tenemos un setup de volatilidad. La volatilidad está siendo empujada. Empezó un poco mezclado, empezó con velas verdes, pero ahora está esta vela roja potente topera. Esta vela roja potente topera vino a rechazar la zona del 50% y ahora va para abajo al 61.8%, que es donde está también nuestro 34%. De llegar a la parte baja de acá, en el 83,462, la mensual, recuerden que se voltea para abajo y eso nos da un objetivo bastante bajo por aquí, más o menos en el 88%, pero ni siquiera vamos a adelantarnos a él. Nuestro siguiente escalón está en los $75,000, que de nuevo elimina todos estos bajos y crea bajos más bajos. 5 días. 5 días tenemos un poco de lo mismo, que la volatilidad está contrayendo por debajo del promedio, está preparando un reseteo para después empujar una vez más. Estamos siendo rechazados de la parte baja de la zona azul y del 34, el 9 y el 21. Vamos cayendo. De perder los 83,907, vamos a ir a los $80,000, 80,200. Y si eso se llega a dar, ya les enseñé cómo pasa en la mensual, cómo pasa en todas. Siguiente objetivo serían los $74,000. Diaria nos está regalando un setup de volatilidad ante esta caída. Está no todavía expandiendo, pero está por encima del promedio. Nos había jugado sucio con esto. Vamos a ver cuándo y estar al pendiente de cómo se dé este movimiento. Pero por ahora estamos perdiendo la media en la diaria. Nuestra media está en los 84,700 y eso nos debería dar un objetivo tranquilo en los 82,300. Una vez más, bajando en los 83,300, pierdes en la mensual la media. Eso nos debería dar un objetivo en los 60 y tantos mil, etcétera. Esto, damas y caballeros, como lo queramos ver, es bastante sencillo en realidad y ahí les va. Tenemos el famosísimo SFP que dimos por acá, buenísimo, rechazo. Y ahora, Aquí es donde quieres ver esto, donde puedo eliminar todo el ruido y puedo simplemente dejar una cosa. Para que lo tengan en la diaria, esto es absolutamente gratis y no requiere mucho entendimiento de nada. ¿Ok? Pueden ver la estructura en la diaria, pueden ver el chopeo que ha durado meses, luego la caída, el intento de regreso, caída, intento de vuelta y el famoso SFP del el SMI 200, justamente acá, que también fue un SFP de esta línea meme que viene para acá. Es todo esto fue un SFP. ¿Y eso qué quiere decir? Que esto debería ser más para abajo y dar continuación a la baja. ¿Cómo sabes si nos equivocamos? Primer paso sería cerrar arriba de los $89,000. Segundo paso arriba de los 94,000 para que esto completamente se dé la vuelta. Y ahora sí le costaría bastante trabajo, pero sería posible. Por ahora, simplemente cualquier visita de vuelta al SMI 200 que esté en 85,681 es una posibilidad de entrar en corto para dar continuación. Pierde la zona de los 82,779. Vas a ir a buscar mínimo un nuevo mínimo abajo de los 76,000, muy probablemente 73, $72,000. Una vez más, estamos equivocados. Si el precio se voltea y sube de $89,000 y de ahí da un golpe fuerte a los $94,000. Por ahora, todo esto sigue de acuerdo al plan. Continuamos cayendo dentro de la tendencia bajista que pueden ver con esta línea meme. Y es como empezó el 2022, con una línea bajista así, que llegaba el precio y lo retestea, y esto es lo que le da a todo el mundo ganas de comprar. La gente compra acá, la gente que viene desde acá arriba está vendiéndole a esta gente, y es lo que estamos viendo en el precio de los bitcoins en este momento, damas y caballeros. Ahí lo tienen. Eso es Bitcoin, bastante sencillo. Vámonos con Rivian, que es lo que tiene Alex puesto aquí en la pantalla. Vámonos, vámonos, vámonos.
Nice. All right, let's see how Rivian's doing.
What a fucky little thing, huh?
Uh-huh. Always is. Always is. Yeah. So today's actually quite important because what we have is a daily SMA 200 deviation, but what you see is we're getting caught right on that EMA 100 on the daily. So you could be looking at this as potentially a new range just based solely on moving averages. I mean, if we get a daily close around here, let's say we stay above the EMA 100, that kind of makes it hard to short here. Now, we have a short running, I believe it's from $13, I think, but we are short on Rivian. Our invalidation is essentially the top of this wick here. The idea on that is, if Rivian's going to go down, it's going to be from here. This is going to just be nothing more than another weekly higher low. And we'd expect the weekly, which is closing today, to close under the 34. The reason being is, if Rivian is really going to break down, we don't want it to close above the 34. And it's already concerning if it does close a weekly back in this range. But when I gave the short out yesterday, the assumption is bears have to kind of step in today. The way ES1 is in Bitcoin, it made sense to me to, position short and definitely punt it. So we're really watching closely. I mean, the meme line is at $12.28, so not too far from it currently. And we see here, we kind of hit that daily EMA 100. A reaction is definitely, we'd expect a reaction, especially from this point. You're getting that EMA 100 right around the meme line. And we know the meme line, this zone, is pretty important for Rivian. It makes a lot of sense to see some kind of bounce. Now, the easy trade will be, we just full on lose the EMA 100, almost engulf this daily, essentially losing support, closing under it into Monday, get a rally up, reject the EMA 100 for that move all the way down to like $11.30. I do think if we start closing back under $12.26 on a daily, Rivian very easily can go fill this gap. And at that point, we're under all the major moving averages. We have to start looking at $11.34 being the spot. You start losing that, it'll look like a breakdown. I mean, breakdown, have to really question if, this low is going to get tested. And then we fulfill the prophecy and go all the way back down to $10 being the TP1. So it's definitely, in my opinion, worth looking for shorts around here. Now the move is already played out, so it's very much like XRP. No reason to short this now because we very well could bounce from here. chop, do this, and then go down. It's a lot easier just to wait, get the breakdown, let it do its thing, get the retest of the daily EMA 100, position short there, have your stop here. Any reclaim of the daily EMA 100, you cut that short. But the idea is that once you actually close below it, you're going to see that really, you're going to see a dump, and you're going to see us break away from it pretty harshly. Even here, close below it, break away from that pretty harshly. And then even here, lost it, rallied up, boom. If you just used the same logic, you would have positioned really nicely short and caught this entire move down. So that is why, no trigger, no trade for me. We're already in the midst of the breakdown. Rivian already, the Academy's already short. But if you're itching to short this, yeah, better just to watch and play the daily EMA 100. This, though, has a greater chance of a bounce here. So, we'll have to really gauge and see, do we get the bounce, or are we just extremely weak, and do we lose this level? Losing the daily EMA 100 will take you to obviously the 9, the 34, the 21, which is confluence around the 38.2%. But we have a gap here. I'm just not going to be convinced that's going to hold as support. I'd rather actually want to go and see that move down to $11.30, which for us, is confluence with the median. It's sitting right at $11.19. So it's totally not out of the idea to see a move once you lose $12.26 to see that move go all the way down to $11.30. And remember, weekly is still in a downtrend. I mean, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. So, the idea kind of matches with Bitcoin. If we are positioned on that weekly lower high, we are very well positioned then. It's like almost shorting here. If you just scaled shorts in this zone, you're very well positioned. Scaled shorts here, very well positioned. So we'll have to really see if we are well positioned, and Rivian does today ideally close under $12.26. That'll be really good confirmation that, yeah, this probably is the next lower high. We have an easy invalidation. Rallies up in the next week would possibly just be another retest of the 34, which we know could go right around where the daily EMA 100 is, maybe the SMA 200 if we want to actually retest that, because technically we are deviating that. So if we did rally up, could easily test the SMA 200 if bulls want to squeeze up a little bit, which they like to do with this chart. So in summary, Rivian's pretty bearish. I'm still playing the overall weekly trend. I do think I had a bias that we were going to short here, and it worked out. We were able to actually go green by 3%, but as soon as the daily 9 got reclaimed here, I was very cautious of the idea that we very well could go and take the stop loss. You could just close the short in profit and potentially short higher right around the SMA 200. Now we've gotten that move to the SMA 200. We're now not holding it, and we're also deviating it possibly. That's my reasoning for the short. If this is going to be the next lower high, you have an easy invalidation being this wick high at $13.30. So anywhere around there, you can short, assuming that we stay under the SMA 200. It's a little tricky though, because we are bouncing on that EMA 100. So we very well, like I said in the beginning, could be in a moving average range where we're rejecting the SMA 200, bouncing off the EMA 100, and we just do that for a while. Ideally though, bears take control today, give us the easy ride down by having a full deviation of $12.26 while also losing the EMA 100. That'd be very nice if they could do that. Any other candles closing today? Probably not. Maybe the 5-day. No. Okay. 2 weeks closing. 2 week is giving you confluence of that lower high idea, just simply based on us staying under the 2 week 9. Rivian under the 2 week 9. Typically, that's a good sign for shorts when we're under the 2 week 9. So make it simple here. That's just a good sign for us. You can see we took out a lot of liquidity, filled a lot of that girthy red dildo, but again, didn't lead to anything. Now we're under the 2 week 9. And again, we'd really want it to close under $12.26 to make this a lot easier for us. Yeah, monthly 9 rejecting. We'll check the 5. Why not? Okay, confluence of $12.26 being an important spot because if we close under there, we've now lost the monthly 5 as well. Currently above that. We'll keep the 5 on. Let's go to the quarterly. That is closing in 3 days. Rejecting the quarterly 5. Interesting because this entire, if you'll notice, this entire history of this chart, we've actually just simply rejected the quarterly 5. Blindly shorting that has pretty much worked well. So, you know, that's already happened. We're now under it. Again, $12.26 would be nice to see this close in 3 days because this would then be a nice loss of support, right? We lost support, reclaimed it. Ideally, this can be another loss of support. While you'll notice here, these are kind of just going nowhere, or we are forming a channel. Now, if I deleted all these meme lines, could easily draw one, but we should see some follow through, ideally in like April, July. You know, that would be nice, like 3 to 6 months. So yeah, I mean, Rivian's very bearish here. I'm short bias. I do think this is going to go down. It's just more a question of when. You know, I do think right now, currently, the fact that we're losing the SMA 200 is the first sign for me. Losing the daily EMA 100 will be it. You know, we very well could bounce from the zone and then, you know, rally up to the SMA 200 one more time before rejecting. It just depends kind of how dirty bears want to take it. But for now, I mean, as long as we're under $13.30, I'm going to be on the buy that this is the next major lower high. We are now in the midst of bear territory. We are going to be going down, and my next objective is $11.30, all the way then to $10 once that gets lost. We'll have to see, though. Could easily be wrong. We just bottom here and push up, but that's why today's close is going to be very important. We're really not that far away from losing support. I mean, 1.6% is really nothing for Rivian. Let me just, oh, I guess it's locked. I always hate when that happens. Let me just see here. So yeah, I mean, you just have good support here. Kind of want the zone to get a loss. Could even look at this as like a, well, I don't know. It's nothing really, nothing palpable. So yeah, watch the daily EMA 100, SMA 200. Very simple. $12.26 is the zone you want to hold under there. Gives you the target around $11.30 to all the way to $10. I am short with the Academy, and I'm going to play the weekly trend, which is down.
Sorry, I was also muted on top of everything. Excellent. Excellent. Nice. Yeah. Thank you. That was great. Yeah, kind of seems like this was quite the easiest short in the universe for Rivian. But I think the next opportunity actually is going to come right here at around the $12 area, because that's where the 9 is right now. And I think you're going to lose that, come retest it, and then just completely go to shit. That would make, yeah, it would make a lot of sense, especially just seeing, you know, we're the structure on it on the daily. But thank you, sir. That's absolutely great.
I opened a 500x long with $3, and I got immediately liquidated in 5 seconds.
Did you really?
Yes.
With a 500x long with how much money?
$3.
Was it like cents, your liquidation? I've never done that. Was it like cents? It must have been, right?
No, it was $100. $100.
That's not too bad. Really? Huh?
Yeah.
Making my brain start churning here. Interesting. Okay.
Calm down, sir. Calm down.
500x lottery tickets with $100 each one.
I've had top losses be $100 before. That's interesting. Huh.
Vale, damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Rivian y es bastante fácil y rápido, ¿ok? Desde enero del 2025 hemos estado haciendo altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Este fue el más fácil de todos, acá en esta línea meme potente en los 13.30. Este pudo haber sido el corto más fácil de toda la historia, y de ahí estamos cayendo por debajo del SMA 200. Es muy fácil. Eres alcista en Rivian, quieres recuperar los 12.76. Peor caso, para si eres alcista, poder aguantar los 12.32. Si puedes aguantar en este rango, rebotar acá e ir una vez más acá, muy probablemente vas a romper esto y continuar a la alza. ¿Eso es lo que yo creo que va a pasar? No, yo creo que simplemente vas a caer acá, vas a intentar acá, acá, y la oportunidad de corto una vez más va a ser justamente esta línea meme en los $12 para abajo, que parecen dos bolas y unas, no lo voy a decir. Pero sí, es así de fácil. O sea, lo único que tienes que estar viendo con Rivian, eres bajista, es poder perder esta zona de los $12. Lo primero que vas a querer perder son los 12.32. Una vez que estés debajo de los 12.32, todo se vuelve muy bajista en todo tipo de temporalidad y esto va a continuar. Eres alcista, quieres primero recuperar los 12.77 y de ahí romper los 13.31 aquí arriba. No hay un análisis más fácil en la historia que este. Rivian, solamente para no darles tanta vuelta y poder ver más precios. Sir, let's get into Tesla. This was pretty easy. Lots of follow-up. And then after this, by the way, Alex, we got Nike and FedEx.
Nike.
All right. I'll look at Nike. Why not?
That's what they call it in Mexico, huh?
You have to look at you like you're retarded if you say Nike, even though
Nike,
it's an American company and that's how it's pronounced.
Oh, yeah, I'm aware. People make fun of me when I go to Mexico and pronounce the American stores like McDonald's or Burger King or anything like that. They're like, ha, look at you, gringo. I'm like, I am. I've lived all of my stupid life here.
Listo para Walmart.
Yeah. Walmart.
Buying my groceries from Walmart.
Yeah, that's really good. Oh, you, sir.
All right. Quarterly on Tesla. We have flipped the quarterly momentum down to below the moving average, very close to the bearish control zone, with volatility very close to expanding. The last time we had quarterly momentum flip down below the moving average was right around this point here, where, to be honest, that was quite the trap because we did dump from there, but we had quite the pump beforehand. Actually, we initially dumped and then we had a pump. So we dumped about 20%. That doesn't look like that much on the chart, but I guess that wasn't a failure. That was quite the success. 20% down. Following that 20%, we pumped 77%, and then we were down and afterwards 55%. Quite the move. The similar area, the time before when we flipped down is right over here, which is the same area we flipped down from right now. And how much did we go down then? That's quite a bit. Where is it? There. Immediately about 30%, and then about 41%. So if we apply 30% from here, we've already gone down more than that. Very interesting. What was the higher end number again? Let's go back to it. Oh, 44%. But we've already gone down that much too. So maybe the bottom is in. Interesting. Basically, exactly how much the last one was, 44%. And it's right down to the 21 EMA. Huh. On the quarterly. 21 has been a very significant area. Last time we reclaimed the 21, we went to new all-time highs. Quarterly still has quarterly has now a buy signal on the jewel as well. Lines up with going down 44% to the 21 EMA. Lots of things lining up towards the bull side now. And last time we had a fresh buy signal on the jewel is right over here. And we went up how much? About 459% to the upside. We're not even looking for 459%. We're just looking for a cheeky 300%. Monthly is flipped down, no momentum. Below now losing the bullish control zone, moving average. Well, volatility is contracting. So technically, you should be looking for a higher low, and it's very possible that this higher low is in right now. Perfect tap of that 21 EMA. You're getting a strong bounce. Hopium is within the next 3 days and 5 hours to make this immediately bullish. Is that we can close this monthly over 38.2% at $291. If you can get that, then you're going to be more immediately bullish and likely going to go pretty quickly to somewhere around 415. Close below that area though, and you're likely going to get another test of the median at around 240s. Still high probability of a higher low in that area and then upwards. Depends on how we close this monthly. And right now, the monthly jewel is losing the buy signal, switching to a neutral. Has not switched to a sell signal just yet. You are getting a pretty nice jewel signal on the monthly where the pink is freshly crossing above the yellow and the light blue is getting into the bullish control zone. So this is what's likely going to happen in this situation. Like even if it does switch into a sell signal, likely it's going to come down here, flip up somewhere back in this zone, put in some hidden bullish divergence, and then continue upwards towards this bullish control zone or critical zone. Nice little meme line for you, or LARP line. 2 week is also lining up the idea of the bounce. We're getting to extreme levels on momentum and volatility, and we're getting it well into the 90% zone on the HPDR, almost to the 100%. Now we're about to close back over the 97.5. So if we do that, then we likely get a move into the $300 area in this cluster of EMAs, psychological number as well, and start to get a high time frame like a weekly close over this $303 area. That's what likely takes you upwards for somewhere around mid to high 300s, around like 350 to 370s. Weekly is also telling you we're probably going to bounce, getting very extreme levels on momentum and volatility. Momentum is now flipping back up, getting over the moving average, and volatility is contracting. Telling you it's probably going to be a lower high unless we can close over that. What is it right here? About 300, and you want to do it on a weekly over 300 and well, same number, 300 and 394. So let's say 304. That should give you a move into somewhere around 370s. Maybe if we're really bullish, like 415. If that situation happens, our macro higher low is probably in at that this $220 area. Probably going to go to new all-time highs from there at that point. Right now, the weekly is giving us a pretty nice sell signal. Joe, I think it's freshly crossing below the yellow. But what is going to have more weight over this is going to be this monthly buy signal. Friday, come on. Same thing with the weekly. Momentum went to, and volatility went to extremes. Now it's flipping back up for a mean reversion. And it's going to be a mean reversion until you're closing above $304. In that situation, once you close over $304, you're likely going to go a little bit higher. It's going to be more of a probability that the macro low might be in at that point. 2-day is also flipped up, entering now into the bullish control zone with volatility support. Very interesting. And we have a buy signal on the jewel within the bearish control zone. Let's mark a vertical line every time we got that within the bearish control zone in the 2-day. It should be enough. One more, that'll be enough. There we go. How much have we moved off of this? Quite interesting. 4.3% down, and then a pump of about 61%, 74%. That one was big. Quite large, mate. Muy grande. 17%. 26%, immediately about 20%, very close to 17%. Even when it's a failure, it's still pretty good. 8%, that's not that much. Muy pequeño. This one was kind of a failure. Yeah, definitely a failure. This one, 6%, pretty close to that 8% number. This one, ooh, ay Dios mío, very large. Immediately about 26%, very close to that previous number. then 70% very close to the other number of 66%, and then 132%. Now we have gotten how much? A move up of about 26%. So we've hit that middle number. Let's see if we were to get a move of about 66%, where that would take us. Interesting, right along that mid to high 300s number. Very nice. And it's still technically a lower high in that area. Invalidation for the low high and taking us to new all-time highs is going to be a 2-day close over $420. 420, very nice number. Daily is now flipping down on momentum, getting below the moving average. Volatility is on the contracting phase. You're likely going to hit a higher low at this point. And the jewel is giving you a pretty nice buy signal with the pink above the yellow, light blue getting out of the bearish control zone, very close to getting into the bullish control zone. And you have a God mode signal right here. What's telling you that you're likely going to get a pullback is you're tapping somewhere around the 95% range on the HPDR. So the ranges have moved, but not as much as we would like them to move for continuing to the upside. We want to see this blue 38.2% step up to where price action is. So ideally, we'd like to see it grind out a higher low right around this area where 38.2% steps up, and then we can get a test of the 300 to 315 area. And if we do get a rejection at 300 to 315, you're likely going to go somewhere around 180. I'm thinking that's not going to happen, and we've probably put in the macro low. Not necessarily going up only from here, but not lower than our current low. 4 hours now flipping down on momentum. It was the daily also. Daily was also down, and 4 hours getting pretty close to getting volatility expansion. What will probably give us volatility expansion is if we lose the 21 on the 4 hour, which is about $261. At that point, you're likely going to come back down, at the very least, fill this gap at 250, probably lower to fill this gap around 220s. And once you're coming this low, you're likely going to break down. Probably going to bounce first, but then break down after. Go to the other side. They deserve to break down. They sell swastika cars. Come on. Come on. Quarterly slides, hidden bullish divergence active with that fresh buy signal on the jewel. And you're getting quarterly volatility expansion. Very interesting. And hidden bullish divergence is going to be active as long as you're closing above $212. But if you would invalidate that, guess what you got right here? High, higher high, lower high on the RSI, giving you bearish divergence on the quarterly. So if you close below 212, you would get bearish divergence, and that would give you a minimum target of this 55, which would rise to about $100. I had a momentary brain fart for a second there. Weekly is about to put in a third drive of hidden bullish divergence, and it will confirm as long as you close above 250. And that will give you a target of this bearish control zone, 4 hours too. Bearish control zone is $337. Low to mid 300s. 5-day already have it, as long as you're above 217. And your next target is going to be somewhere around 315. 3-day, that's it. Nothing. Oh, that's not good. Daily is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. If we close below.
And I was also going to say, like, looking at the candles and just the EMA 9 kind of seems like he did like it's getting ready to do a little SFP right there on the 9 and then go down under it.
And that 200s is the bearish retest so far. But there's also a little hopium though. Hopium is that this becomes a United States pattern, and you can hold this 9 EMA on a daily closing basis, and that would give us a measured move to somewhere around this 100.
Got it. Yeah, as long as we hold this area.
Yeah, so this is going to be the area where if you hold it, then Nice, happy days. We can get a nice little move up. So maybe you can even put a cheeky little long right here, and your stop loss would be basically this candle low, because if you go
That can't.
below here,
Yep.
you're gonna gap fill.
Mm-hmm.
256. Alex, you want to post this?
He is
In your
Uh,
Shiva?
sure. Yeah. What is it?
Tesla
Entry right
256.
around Yeah, entry right around here towards the daily 90 EMA, and then the stop loss is that gap fill, the
Okay.
candle low.
Cool. Honest, sir.
TP1 is the daily 200, TP2 is the daily 100, and then TP3 is this lower high at about 360.
Cool.
Everybody watching just got that for free.
God damn it! No.
Make sure to trade with our links though.
Please.
4
Or
hours
send
also
me
about to
or
put
send me
in.
some money.
Indeed.
Whatever
I
you
will
want.
send you my XRP address. Just send me
There
a
you go.
DM.
There you go.
4 hours also about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence as long as you close below about 272, and that will give you a target at a minimum of going to somewhere around this 248 area. Okay, let's switch to the momentum. See slower. Quarterly momentum is currently dancing right around flipping to the downside. If it does flip down, it's going to break into the bearish control zone, and that will be below $308.34. Pretty unlikely that's going to flip up in the next 3 days and 5 hours, but if it does, then we're probably going to go to new all-time highs. Monthly is flipping down also, and it's rejecting the critical zone, and it's flipping down as long as you're below $426. 2 week is down with volatility contraction, depth of death below $428. Weekly is starting to flip up with volatility expansion, and it will flip up as long as you close over $249. 5 days also flipping up above $262. 2 days flipping up above $234. Daily is flipping up as long as you're above $248. 4 hours now flipping to the downside with volatility contraction as long as you're below $290. What's going to turn this into a volatility expansion is if you start to lose 266.50. I'd actually about $256 on a 4 hour close, and then you'll get volatility expansion with that dump, and you're likely going to go a lot lower. Right now, all the high time frames on Tesla are kind of aligning right now. The quarterly is dancing along with around the area, flipping to the downside, very, very close to flipping down, and it's already down, but maintaining the downside. And if we maintain downside on this closure, we're going to break into the bearish control zone. Likely going to go somewhere around that 250s area. Maybe a little bit of a bounce there, but you're likely going to go lower. Hopium is that in this next 3 days, they can flip it. Bulls can flip this up, and then we probably go to new all-time highs. Right now, despite the overall bias of it having the macro low in at this 21 EMA, I do expect it to grind. I don't expect it to go straight up from here. Maybe if I'm taking a couple of months of going sideways, chopped before the ranges can step up, and then we try again to the upside. That's all invalidated if we get a close below $212. Then we're probably going to break down to 180 at a minimum, maybe even towards 120. But right now, I'm just looking for chop. All these ranges can step up. The monthly, the quarterly step down. All the low time frames are currently flipped up to the right now, aside from the 4 hour. So maybe we do get a move into somewhere around $315 to $330, and that likely rejects, takes us back down to somewhere around our current lows, maybe a slightly higher low for bullish, and then upwards from there. If we're bearish, we're probably going to break down to 180s and 124s.
Damn, son. Thank you. My bad.
No
Well,
bueno. No mames.
This is no bueno for me. I only got one entry in, and it was the lightest. So we need this to fucking break down.
Ay,
But
Dios
anyways,
mío.
yes,
So, bro.
I'm not gonna not going to introduce my bias to this. Just going to continue. Just going to continue and move on. But goddamn, I'm sorry.
Just introduce a little of the bias, just the tip.
Just a little bias, just the tip. Thank you. Estamos viendo Tesla en la diaria rápidamente. Yo creo que no se las voy a hacer tan rápida como la otra, pero acá vean la zona tan importante en la que estamos, ¿no? ¿Por qué es una zona tan importante? Sencillo. Tenemos una vela topera. Esta vela topera también es una vela que vino a agarrar liquidez. Nos rechazó el 34, nos rechazó el S&P 200. Ahora estamos por encima del 9, lo habíamos tomado. La pregunta es, ¿podemos aguantar acá o no? Esto nos da una probabilidad alta para un long en este momento y la razón por qué es porque es bastante fácil de invalidar. Lo invalidas en la parte baja de esto, de esta vela. ¿Por qué? Porque puedes abrir un long por acá. Una vez que pierdes esta parte baja, eso quiere decir que vas a hacer el gap fill que existe acá. Puedes ver el hoyo que hay acá. Eso funciona como un imán de precio y eso te llevaría por ahí de los $250. Por ahora, continuamos siendo alcistas siempre y cuando aguante este promedio del 9. Vamos, eso es básicamente al día de hoy. 3 meses, la trimestral. Pueden ver esta vela horrenda roja, pero no es una vela envolvente bajista porque esta vela verde es más grande. Pero atentos, porque también tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 ahí. Y no hemos perdido el promedio del 9 desde básicamente enero del 2024, que fue cuando tocamos esos $140 tan potentes. Básicamente los 261, que es el promedio del 9 en esta temporalidad, es lo que nos va a guiar para adelante, si somos alcistas o bajistas. Tenemos una posible divergencia bajista en la trimestral, pero esa posible divergencia bajista primero tendrías que perder tu promedio del 9. Entonces, atentos a sus promedios del 9 en Tesla en esta temporalidad. También vamos a volver a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad no nos dice absolutamente nada. Vamos a la mensual rápido. Mensual, vela topera, caída, perdimos el 9, estamos perdiendo el 21 y atentos a perder al 21 en los 265.18, deberíamos ir abajo de los 257. Esta es una zona muy importante a aguantar. Si podemos aguantar acá, y esto simplemente lo pueden hacer con niveles, que es lo que tenemos acá, de aguantar acá vas a estar chopeando por acá, tal vez acá y tocar hasta acá. De perder esta zona, vas a entrar en este rango una vez más. ¿Ok? Y ese es el primero. El segundo está aquí abajo. Para que lo puedan ver visualmente con malos dibujos del tío Salo. Ahora, vamos a ver. Rápidamente, mensual. Queremos que aguante el 21. Si no, vamos a ir a visitar la media que está junto al 34 y de perderla, la parte baja son los 206. Interesante. Pero el promedio del 55 también está en medio entre nosotros y ello. 2 semanas. 2 semanas, vean dónde estamos en la parte baja de acá, lo que nos hace pensar que debemos movernos mínimo de lado por un rato. Estamos por encima del 100, que está en los 231, pero estamos apenas retomando el 55, siendo rechazados por el 33 y la parte alta del 97.5%. De no poder retomar esta línea meme verde, básicamente en los 267, vamos a rechazar y buscar una vez más los 230. Ahora, eso no rompería estructura de acá, simplemente algo que mantener en mente. Semanal, una vela clásica topera. Esta vela topera básicamente tuvo un rechazo del 88.3% y nos mantiene entre casi el 95%. De cerrar así en 4 horas y 3 minutos la semanal, vamos a tener más altas probabilidades de revisitar nuestro S&P 200 en los 248 y eso abriría la puerta a escenarios bajistas. Diaria, estamos en la parte alta de esta zona, venimos hasta el 97%, que fue donde nos rechazó, nos dio esta vela topera. Y atención, cerrando abajo de los 271 el día de hoy, faltan 4 horas y 2 minutos. Eso nos debería confirmar que este es un tope local y deberíamos de continuar abajo. ¿Cuál sería el siguiente objetivo si perdemos el promedio del 9 en los 263? Los 250, 247 básicamente. Y ahora para ponérselos súper fácil a todos ustedes, Acá lo tienen. Perdemos los 263, vamos a mínimo los 248 a cerrar este gap. Mínimo. De ahí podría continuar, pero lo que nosotros pensamos es que no tiene tantos movimientos agresivos por ahora, simplemente por los niveles del HPDR y la volatilidad, creemos que podemos chopear y continuar. Objetivos, rompes esto acá a la baja, 247 primero. De romper los 247 para abajo, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser los 216. Alcistas, podemos cerrar arriba de 269. Arriba de 269 nos daría mínimo otro viaje a los 280 y de perdida a los $300. Por ahora nos da más preferencia a que vamos a chopear de lado en lo que esto se recupera y empieza a tomar camino. Hay divergencia bajista en la de 4 horas, la de 4 horas se está dando, pueden ver por qué estamos perdiendo todos los promedios y una vez más, 261 va a ser tu límite. Si pierdes los 261 a la baja, vámonos a cerrar el gap a los 250 y tal vez los 215 otra vez. Atentos ahí con Tesla. All righty, what do we got? Nike?
Yeah, Nike.
Why do we call it Nike? We don't call it a pikey.
I actually really don't know. I learned like everybody else as a Mexican man. I grew up with Nike, and now I call it Nike, but I don't really understand why we pronounce it like that. It's like Mike, Nike, right? What's different?
I'm gonna go for a ride on my bike
On my bikey.
to see Mikey.
Okay, let me see here. I haven't looked at this chart in a while, but I do remember we basically said you don't touch this chart anymore. I was trying to figure out why. Why was I going at that? Was it because of the EMA 100?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I might have it for you. Nike. I mean, we basically said that we were most likely rejecting the area of the 78.98, and then from there, that 63 was our next target, and it's almost there. That's what we had before, literally.
Yeah, it was because of this dump here. This monthly dump, I don't even remember, but it was some level. I think it was the monthly EMA 100. I think we saw that Nike has never in the history of the chart, besides this one occurrence here, lost that EMA 100, and so we have to really look at that as extreme weakness on the chart. Let me look maybe at the weekly. And then also, and it was the weekly SMA 200. That's what it was too. Yeah, I mean, being under that has just generally been destruction for Nike. There's only a few occurrences where it has been. Last one was here in the 08 crash, where from that SMA 200, Nike, went down another 24%. And then I'll just do one more here. This was in 2000. Yes, 50%. Always a bad time when we're under that weekly SMA 200. And you can just see how powerful it is. When we're in a bull market, it should act as a major opportunity, as we've seen both times here. But under it, yeah, brutal. So we see we lost it here in May, dumped, had a nice rally up in January, rejected it hard. And then all throughout 2024, just mega dump and very strong weekly downtrend. So now the monthly's at an important zone. You are right. We are at the next zone here at $64. I can see we had many, many months of just chop here. Yeah, so August, yeah, that was a lot of chop, but the monthly 9 still held very nicely. And what really, in my opinion, drove this breakdown was the fact that the monthly 9 was able to go all the way down, come all the way right around that $77 region. Very important. Without even the monthly 9 above price, we've seen major dumps. Now it's supporting this being ultimate resistance. Let me throw the 5 off. This was a pretty girthy red candle. I mean, 19% in 1 month. And this is why you don't, even if it's a household name like Nike, you don't want to touch this chart if it's telling you that it's weak. You get that cult mindset where it's buy the dip mentality. No way Nike, has to go up until it doesn't, or it takes decades to ever recover. And into this month, this isn't a good sign. I mean, in the history of this chart, and we've had a lot of data. I mean, this is from the 80s. We've never in the history of Nike ever tested the monthly SMA 200. Now, we've gotten close, in quotation marks, close, but never have we ever tested this. Now, if you know my style of trading, you know that we should gauge some reaction here. Like if we were down here, I would have said, yes, next target is $63. You should see some reaction there. I mean, you have the SMA 200 on the monthly, a level we've never hit. On top of it, this major zone here at $65 being major support. This was the last place that essentially held before we broke out. But you can see that we're not even getting a reaction now, not at all, actually. This is just bad. If the monthly loses the SMA 200, that's your confirmation to just pack it up. This is in no man's land. You don't want to touch this, and it's going to look like it's going to capitulate down to the 40s. And then at that point, we have to draw another meme line. That's just how bad that chart is. Like 39 to 40s would probably be the next target if we lose the SMA 200. You can see here the monthly is we are in a breakdown. I mean, lost to 38.2%, rallied up, rejected it. This is very clean HPDR view. Yeah, and then we can see, I mean, last monthly occurrence of that breakdown led to so we broke down, didn't retest it, rejected the 9, and then from that point went down 44%. So it's like we broke down, tested the 9, 44% would be, yeah, right at $45, right around that next zone at 48. Pretty brutal. Damn. Now we have a lot of data, so we can look at the quarterly. Let's take a look here. Quarterly is also in no man's land. You see the quarterly 9 has crossed to 21. I think this is the first time ever that has happened. Let me see. Yeah, this is the first time ever in the chart history that the quarterly 9 has crossed the 21. That's just bearish. That's not a good sign. Let me check the 55. Nope, not close to a silver cross, but I mean, that just shows you that there is bearish momentum here. That occurred and crossed on April of 2024. So like it made total sense. Like $80, $89 shorts was the spot. I mean, that was just a big zone for Nike. You can see in this quarterly, we're going to lose support. Now, we're not really going off a lot anymore. I mean, you're now just like at such a big breakdown that you do kind of just have to go off the ranges level to level. We can even view the HPDR. You're already at extremes, right? But these can obviously shift. I mean, technically, if you do close the quarterly under $66, let's say, yeah, you will get you already do have a measured move to $58.35 since you did lose the 35, right? That's how my trading is. You lose EMA 34. You have a nice move down to the 100. I mean, that ideally will hold. I mean, the monthly losing and not even getting a reaction at the SMA 200 makes me very concerned that, you know, this something big in Nike is like happening here. People aren't buying their shit anymore, I guess. And
no, don't worry about it. Inflation is coming back harder than ever, and Nike's just going to up their prices, and that's just going to make it. Dude, it's just because realistically, there's too many clothing companies now. Like everyone has a clothing line, all of your favorite influencers, celebrities, and whatnot, all around the world. And also, Nike's a global company. So around the world, things are not as fresh as in the United States, where there's more money. Yeah.
No, I mean,
we're down 63%.
When we were charting this months ago, I mean, you mentioned that everyone has a clothing line now, and that's a good point. I mean, does Adidas have a stock?
They do, and they shouldn't be too hot.
Let me just see. Right, Adidas, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
huh.
Looks better
no,
than
wait,
Nike.
Adidas share. I don't think that's Adidas. Because Adidas had the Yeezy problem, and they've been like in terrible numbers. Is that a US? Hang on, go back up. No, yeah, BET. No, get out of here.
Let me look it's like a German stock.
Yeah. I'll look it up.
Just to say, I'm curious because Nike's just, I mean, damn. Let's see, Lululemon.
AG.
Oh, AG.
Adidas AG. Sorry, Adidas AG.
I quite enjoy Lulu.
Should be on like here.
Could be yeah, one of like probably the German just clean GETX.
Yeah, monthly lower high. Yeah, I mean, well, let's just see. Let me look at the weekly. That'll help. Yeah, I mean, it's stronger than Nike, I will say.
Way stronger. Yeah.
And then Lululemon. Oy.
Hang on.
Interesting. Lululemon looks terrible.
Because they revised expectations. They said that it's going to go lower.
I see.
Like sales are not good. But hey, don't worry. We're going to have inflation because sales are not good. So companies are again going to raise their prices. For sure. That's how it works.
That's how it works. Yeah, I'd just be cautious here. I mean, to me, Nike looks like it's going to go to 48 probably within the next 3 months. I mean, the weekly here is even breaking down. So breaking down, volatility is busting up. Let me get that 15% marked off.
You can buy a pair of Nike sneakers for more than the price of one share.
Oh, yeah.
That's funny.
Absolutely.
I mean, last weekly volatility setup led to this 27%. So we've gone down now.
Hang on a second. Oh,
it was a trap. Oh. So we've almost gone down to the measured move last one. But I mean, I just based it on that. There's been many that we've had. This one was to the upside. 36%. This one's better. Estimate 200 on the weekly lost. Volatility setup 25%. So yeah, it's interesting. I mean, BBWP definitely can hit extremes though on the weekly. We're only at 61%. Weekly is now breaking down. So I mean, this is just like very easy to me. You essentially are waiting now to see if 65.50 holds. If it doesn't, you have a range again. You can play it. Now we'll probably chop. We easily can go to the 9, but you know, we easily could just do that, in my opinion, form another lower high, breakdown, reject, dump. You know, and it's funny because when we were here, I'm sure we talked about Nike. I think it was in October. You know, we were just talking about, yeah, this is looking nasty. Easily can go to the monthly 9. If we start losing that $77 zone, next region will be 64 to 63. That has happened in one monthly candle. So it's the same exact reasoning here now. You're going to use the monthly estimate 200 to guide your short. You'll low leverage short that as long as we're under there. Yeah, I mean, you should have an easy move to $48 within the next 3 months. That is a pretty big move down, though. I mean, talking about another 26 to 27% down. At that point, you should see some bounce. I mean,
for the love of God.
Ideally, yeah. I mean, you're now back in the 2016 range. And what we've seen in this 2016 range is definitely can just chop. Like, just there. Before follow through, that took multiple months. The hopium now, or not even hopium, it's just more like what's probably going to happen is we capitulate down. We'll probably get a bounce into next month, obviously. Short-lived bounce, capitulate down. And then I could see us going up. Bulls get horny again. We reject the estimate 200, and we just do this for a long time. And then we see, you know, this either keeps moving up, which would be bad, or maybe it can start going down. What would be terrible is if you see the monthly 9 move all the way down. And this is where the chop could actually, why bull bears would want to chop us is let's move the monthly 9. Let's have the estimate 200 move up. When you have the fast moving average above the slow one like that, well, first, that's never happened in the history of this chart. You see the reaction of when the 9 actually crossed the monthly EMA 100, just exasperated the move down and limited any rally to go up and test the EMA 100. And that's the point, right? You have a major zone here. You have your fast moving average. When that does move down, you know, under the slower ones, it just limits any rally. Rejected, and now here we are. So, you know, it's the same idea. If that 9 starts going under the estimate 200 on the monthly, very, very bad. But yeah, I mean, I would not be looking to long this. In 3 days, you easily can get a bounce here. I wouldn't be looking to short this or long this. I'd just be waiting for next month. It's really the only easiest logical thing to do. You don't want to be the person shorting this when we're already in a lower low. You very well could get a bounce here, form another lower high, and then go down. Nike is off my trade list, though. I wouldn't want to short this, and I wouldn't want to long it. But if you are itching to play this, shorting this is the way. I mean, there is pure weakness in this chart. Why I don't want to short this, though, is just simply because, you know, you can get moves where the higher lows are like, what, 27%, 20%. So like in that reasoning, we can easily form another lower high on the monthly, go all the way back up. Like, I just don't want to trade that. You know, when you are dumping like this and just going down only, you still get very aggressive mean reversion bounces, very much like Rivian. Why? Because that sucks everyone back into it. Like, I actually remember in February, I was seeing people talk about Nike again on crypto Twitter, you know, on Twitter. I'm just like, why? You should not even consider investing in Nike as long as we are under $94. You should not even consider touching Nike, in my opinion. So, yeah, good luck, Bulls. Looking terrible, and the monthly losing the SMA 200 will be it for me. It was already it for me, you know, in 2024. But I mean, just nasty price action. Let me see the EMA 200. Okay, so we are losing that EMA 200. So yeah, that's all I have now on Nike. GG Bulls.
Do you guys are you guys into sneakers or not really?
Not really. I used to be back when I was more in my faggot era. I used to wake up
It-
early in the morning and refresh the Yeezy website to try to buy them for sticker price.
Yeah, everyone fucking did. I never got into the shoe game, but I'm wondering how the Nike shoe game is, because why is this so punished? It's like 66% down. Like the last time we saw this level was 2020, was the pandemic. Like what's happening right now that's equal to the pandemic? And before that, it was 2018.
Maybe people just give up on these hype sneakers because the resellers just buy them with bots anyways.
But what's the difference then with Adidas, for example?
Like,
I like to understand that fundamental. You know
Same.
what I mean?
It's a global brand. I mean, it's more than just hype. It's like clothing, it's sports, it's sponsorships. Why is Nike looking like it's on the verge of going to zero? Seriously, like it's breaking down to points we haven't even seen not even this bad since COVID. I mean, we never tested the monthly SMA 200, not even during COVID. No black swan has gotten us that far down. So you really do, have to really wonder why. Why is it so bad? Are we in a major recession? Nike's telling us that.
I think yes. That, I mean, to me, that's the easy cop out, like a simple way of explaining it, right? Because it's around the world. Like Japan's fucked up, Germany's fucked up, France is fucked up. China, they say, is fucked up, but I don't know. I'm not gonna consider China in any of this shit.
Have you seen the Asian markets? I think the Thai stock market had like its worst time ever. Like Asian markets are collapsing, going down pretty much.
There was a pretty bad earthquake in Bangkok. A
I
lot of the
saw.
skyscrapers started collapsing.
Damn, that's terrible.
Yeah.
I saw that.
Pretty fucking nuts.
What's the
There's not the
capital of Thailand?
bullshit.
You have to ask your buddies what the capital of Thailand is, and when they say Bangkok, you gotta punch them in the nuts.
What the fuck?
I don't think I'll be doing that anymore, as I'm very old. And if anyone does it to me, I'll die probably at my age, getting hit in the balls. But what I'm seeing here is just, hang on. No, I don't want to do a Fibonacci. What I'm seeing here is the craziest.
Oh, wow.
Head and shoulders pattern
the cock and
we've ever
balls pattern.
seen.
Yeah.
And it broke it down right here. This is why we were like, first of all, this is why we were bearish. The target, I think it's unobtainable. I think it's one of those that takes you to zero.
Well, never say never.
Why? But why would Nike go to shit like that? Let's see. It's the breakdown
$3.
official.
Yeah. I mean,
Minus $13.
Oh, never mind.
No, I
I'll
don't
take
think
3
this is
million
possible.
shares with Nike, please.
I want to say that, like, and now I am basing this off absolutely nothing. Okay. So I just want to make sure that we all know that. Just the fact that it's 2020 low in 2018, like, this has to be close to the bottom, either this or a level below, but you have to be close to a bottom.
Just
This is crazy.
sweep
Well,
those COVID lows real quick, and then
why, the monthly is telling us though that's not the case is because where the SMA 200 is on the monthly is right around your meme line. Like, you should be getting some reaction, and 3 days still left, but we're not, and that's like majorly concerning to me. I'm like,
Lost. Yeah, you're gonna lose the SMA 200. I understand.
right around the meme line. So it's like you really do have to wonder if we're gonna see 48, 49.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like I said, I want to say that either here, which has less probability just based on the analysis you're doing, which in a way it's kind of basic but true. Like, it's not that hard. It's not rocket science. This could be it. Like, just anything below this is crazy. This would take us below 2014 levels, which
I don't even know where we go. We have a major gap. I mean,
watch pretty soon you're gonna have all of these financial gurus on Instagram telling you, listen, young kids, next time you're thinking about buying a pair of Nikes, think you could buy 5 shares of their stock instead.
By the way, they already did that. They did it here. This is why people are asking us if we should buy Nike. And we were like, no, stay the fuck away from it.
Yeah.
This was the reason why we were like, stay the fuck away from it. You're not at the low. And remember, there was a guy on the chat that was like, oh, the Olympics are coming. Every time the Olympics come, Nike pumps and blah, blah, blah. And we were like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. And he just didn't. It might have pumped a little bit. I mean, let's see.
When were the Olympics? I don't even remember.
To hear, like, you got a 27% pump, but then that was all deleted, and now you're in very negative numbers on stocks. I don't know what's going on, but it's just crazy. 66% down. Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah,
all righty. So, Alex, you did Nike. Farhan's doing FedEx. Then we got Netflix and gold.
Netflix.
You'll do Netflix?
Why not? I hate gold.
Okay.
So boring.
You hate shiny rock.
Someone please cover Peter Schiff's ears. By the way, you want to know another factor that resembles 2022? Like, you got Michael Saylor already that came out with the top. I'm sorry. Yeah, with 2021. Michael Saylor already had come out. So that's the top. Then Kathy Wood came out to tell you buy the dip. So that's already second confirmation. Third confirmation is Peter Schiff in 2022 all year long was like, gold outperformed Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin is just garbage. Gold is outperforming Bitcoin. And right now that's happening again. Mm-hmm. So you have 3 out of 3 of like all of these people that are like a cartoon that just repeats itself.
The 3 horsemen of the bear market.
I was about to say.
Yes. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Come on. We're already so down and no one wants to admit it. That's by the way, that's an other sign of being in a bear market when people are like, is this a bear market or not a bear market? If you're wondering, dude, when you fart and you wonder, did I shit myself or not? Probably you did. And you're not going to feel fine until you go to the bathroom and make sure that you did, that you didn't. So, same thing right here. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Alex. That was great. Mm-hmm. Estamos viendo Nike. Cabrón, desde esta estrella topera, esta vela topera, esto es la mensual. Nike tiene demasiados datos. Pueden ver cuándo empezó Nike. Estamos hablando de 1981, salió a cotizar. Entonces, no faltan datos en este gráfico. Ahora, lo importante y lo interesante de Nike, para la gente que está acá, me podría comentar, por favor, y decirme, ¿por qué Nike está bajo 66% o 64%, lo que sea? Y Adidas solo está abajo 33%, que es la mitad de lo que está Nike. ¿Alguien sabe por qué? ¿Qué tiene Nike que no tenga Adidas o qué tiene Adidas que no tiene Nike? Lo apreciaría de corazón. Tengo que entender esto más allá de lo fundamental, simplemente el por qué. Quiero que vean esto. Desde la parte más alta, la vela topera, hasta ahorita estamos abajo, 64.41%. Llegó a ser un máximo histórico acá en los 178 y está cotizando en $63 en este momento. Estamos por debajo del S&P 200 mensual. Nunca en la historia de Nike hemos tocado el S&P 200. Estamos por debajo de él en el mensual. ¿Por qué? Es la pregunta del siglo. Ahora, ¿esto es bajista o alcista? Fácil, bajista. No hay que ser un genio para entender que esto va a continuar para abajo, ¿no? O sea, puedes ver justamente acá abajo el S&P 200, ¿qué fue lo que pasó? Para que todo el mundo lo entienda y estemos en la misma página. Tenemos, para empezar, una potente vela topera. Esa vela topera acá iba a ser confirmada en los 166. Tu siguiente vela no cerró en los 166, pero tu tercera sí. Y acabó cerrando en 148 para que no tuvieras tiempo de reaccionar. Esta vela fue una absolutamente grande y enorme tomada de liquidez y esta fue literalmente el follow through, ¿ok? Ok, estás viendo eso, tienes vela topera, tienes la caída. ¿Por qué no hemos podido salir de acá? Ok, venimos de esta tendencia alcista que en realidad puede venir de más abajo, puede venir desde el 2013 si la queremos expandir. No voy a tocarla ahorita solamente porque ya lo tengo hecho. Ya hice la tarea, ¿no? Y ahora, esta tendencia que empieza el 2017 hasta acá, la única vez que fue rota fue en el 2020. En el 2020 se rompió y llegó hasta $59 Nike, ¿ok? Es básicamente donde estamos hoy, en un bajón como el del 2020, donde toda la economía se cerró. Alguien, una vez más, me puede decir por qué Nike está cayendo tanto. No tengo idea, pero ese sería mi siguiente objetivo en estos momentos. ¿Qué es lo que pasa? Tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro, tío, hasta acá, y se rompe esto. Ahora, el objetivo de esta estructura serían menos $13. No tiene sentido, no lo vamos a tomar. Pero lo que sí es que es bajista. Y acá fue justamente donde nos estaban preguntando, ¿deberíamos de comprar Nike? Y fue de no, todavía no. Cuando llegaron acá, ¿deberíamos de comprar Nike? No, todavía no. Cuando estaba por acá, ¿deberíamos de comprar Nike? No, porque esto es el retesteo después de, una vez, 1, 2, 3, 4. Una vez que rompes a la baja, tienes que venir a retestear una vez más y después caer. Y eso es justo lo que hizo Nike. Fue del libro. Y ahora no entiendo esto. No entiendo cómo es que estamos tan abajo en Nike. Esto no tiene sentido alguno, pero es tal cual lo que pensábamos. Simplemente ahora ya que es realidad, cuesta trabajo ver por qué. Siguiente objetivo a la baja serían 49-48, que es la parte baja de esta zona de consolidación que duró desde el 2015 hasta el 2017. ¿Ok? Esos 3 años casi enteros que duró acá le darían alta probabilidad de que esto aguante por acá. ¿Será el fondo? No lo sabemos todavía. Volatilidad no nos está diciendo absolutamente nada. Voy a poner la media mensual. Pueden ver que la media mensual ya estamos cansados, o sea, estamos casi en el 88.3%, una vez más, está en 59. Eso nos llevaría al mínimo que tuvimos en COVID, ¿no? Y eso muy probablemente nos está diciendo que estemos cerca de un piso. Ahora, no vayan a ir a comprar Nike ahorita y decirme, tío, solo me dijo que comprar. No estoy diciendo eso. No entiendo nada de Nike. No entiendo por qué está tan castigado para empezar, ¿ok? Que quede claro. Simplemente esto me diría que estábamos un poco más cerca de lo que es un piso, de un fondo local que no, pero vamos a continuar viendo y analizando esto. Wow, porque sí, o sea, si cierras tal cual esta vela en 3 días y 4 horas, siguiente objetivo son los 59.71 y eso justamente te pone en este mínimo de antes. Puta locura. 2 semanas, vamos a ver cómo está la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas ya estamos más arriba en el chopeo, estamos cayendo. La última vela de 2 semanas empezó en la parte, tuvimos los rechazos de la media por acá, luego la parte baja y luego, pum, caída hasta acá. El 88.3 está en 61. 61 podría ser el siguiente nivel también. Ok, eso es la de 2 semanas. Volatilidad nos está diciendo algo. Volatilidad. You have a 2-week setup in volatility to the downside.
So zero confirmed.
Right here.
How low did it go?
15%.
Oh, wow.
This is the 15% right here. And it fucking bounced strong to the upside. Ok. Este es un setup de volatilidad y lo está dando a la baja en la de 2 semanas, cabrón. ¿Cómo puede seguir esto cayendo? Por el amor de... Ok, voy a dejar de decir eso. Semanal también. You have a weekly setup too on the... Yeah, I mean on the weekly. Here you go. En la semanal también nos está dando un setup de volatilidad a la baja. Esto nos podría llevar hasta el 88.3%, que está en los 57.50. Eso debería de ser el nuevo fondo y el fondo más bajo desde el 2018. Ahora, una vez más, no voy a intentar a cacharlo, pero eso es lo que le da bastantes probabilidades a esto. El 100%, o como sea, vale la pena decirlo, está en 36%, en $36. Uf, 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 uf. 5 días, mismo setup a la baja, 88.3%, está en 57. ¿Y diaria tiene un setup de volatilidad o no? No, estás llegando a extremos. Ok, la diaria está llegando a extremos. Esto está, ok. La diaria está llegando a extremos. El extremo debería estar acá, justamente en esta línea meme, en los 63. Yo creo que de lo que estamos viendo... 49 es el 100%. Y a Nike le gusta caer agresivamente hasta esta zona. Yo creo que no podemos descartar que Nike tenga más camino a la baja, por supuesto. No puedes, simplemente viendo todo eso. ¿Qué te haría cambiar de opinión? Pones tu gráfico semanal, no, mensual. Mensual, así de lento va esto. Retoma el 200, después el 9, que está muy arriba, y después del 9 tienes que subir esta zona en los 88 y romper este alto en los 90 para cambiar la tendencia a la alza. Por ahora continúas a la baja y estando abajo de los 64, 74, $1 arriba de lo que estamos abajo, muy bajista. Esto tiene cara que va a encontrar más o menos su fondillo por acá, en la media de este canal, que estaría por ahí de los 57. Vamos a ver, vamos a seguir viéndolo. Y de nuevo, quiero ver por qué Nike está yendo tan mal antes de decir que esto sería un fondo, una buena compra. All righty, ready. Interesting.
All right, time for a FedEx.
Is it FedEx?
A FedEx.
Share the FedEx. All
There
righty.
we go. El Federal is
What's the ticker? Just an F?
FDX.
Thank you.
FDX.
Yeah. My God. Unbelievable.
The jokes write themselves. So on the quarterly right now, we have gotten a loss of the median. We rejected the median, and now we're losing the 38.2%. We got 3 days and 4 hours left to go. Last time we lost the 38.2%, it was right here. And here's how much of a move down we got afterwards. 37% down. Lost 38.2% right here. Bounced a little bit, sure. But then 45% down. And this one, we immediately regained it, so nothing really. Lost it right there. That was quite the dumperoonie. $67.5% down. Right there. I gotta zoom in. Kind of hard to see. Was this a loss? This one's kind of difficult to see. Did we lose it right there or not? I'm not sure. No, kind of held. But then it just moved up. So after it moved up, it went down 25%. So it's pretty significant losing that 38.2%. If we were to close below it, let's just, for shits and giggles from here, we've gone 10.22%, take it 30%. 20%. And just right down to this 55 EMA at around $190. I'm interested how much this 100 would be. So that'll be right around 36, 37%. Very similar number as before. And technically, it would still be a higher low. It would be quite a dirty higher low, but it still would be a higher low to come back down to this 100 EMA, right around 150, and then send it to new all-time highs from there. Right now, momentum is pointed to the downside and volatility pointing up, and very close to getting into the bearish control zone. This is right around, we were right around here, which we were pretty close to the, not really that close, to be honest, because we still did go down another 26%. So if we were to take this down another 26%, we're right around 160. It's not quite to that 150 number. Monthly is also to the downside, entering into already within the bearish control zone, rejecting, flipping back up. Daily volatility is flipped up, supporting the move to the downside. And now we're about to get quite the sell signal on the jewel with the pink, firstly crossing below the yellow and the dark blue losing the bullish control zone. That will be quite much. Let's see the last time that has happened. That was, well, it hasn't quite happened yet, but let's draw with the vertical line when it did happen. Right here, right here. That should be enough. We went all the way back to 05.
That's plenty.
Yeah, it's safe to say. I was 9 years old in 05.
Fuck. I don't even want to play that game.
That's funny.
18% to the downside. In 05, I believe Alex was just born.
I was 4. Come on, sir. Put some respect to my name.
Damn.
4 years old.
Just like
And
you.
we were all being, me and Alex were both being fucking retards being in elementary school in 08 instead of buying real estate.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, by the way, yeah. And I absolutely did that and killed. Fuck yeah, that proves.
How old were you in 08? Just interested.
Me?
I was 7.
Yeah.
08. I was born in 84.
I was 12.
So 08, I had to be 20. 84. 94 would be 2004 would be 20.
The math is kind of difficult
24.
for us here at ETA.
24.
Wow.
Sorry.
Wow.
I was 12. You were twice my age.
Yeah.
23%, 30%. I mean, fuck real estate. We should have been buying Bitcoin back then.
That would have been the move right there. That literally would have been the move.
Would have been billionaires, although no one would have held that long.
No, there's no way.
40%? 40% seems to be the concurrent number that we keep getting. So if we were to just take a cheeky little 40% from here, assuming it confirms, brings us to right around $150. Very interesting. Monthly is also pointed to the downside within the bearish control zone, volatility expansion. And you have never uncrossed the pink from the yellow on the 2 week. Very interesting. So let's draw with a vertical line when we had this pink cross below the yellow. Right there. And see how much we've gone down versus time we did before. Pink crossing below yellow right there. And that should be enough because we're all the way back to 18. Let's just get one more. We like data here. Data is good.
We
Data
love
muy
data
bien.
and titties. Yeah.
Indeed. We only like a certain pair though, not anybody else's.
Of course. Just massive tits.
27%. No comment on that one. 33%. 44%. So 30 to 40% seems to be right around the number. 52%. They're all very close to each other. And as of this moment, gone down 21%. Take it 40% from here, which is very close to $150. Let's take it about 50%. Bring it lower than that. That goes out of my bias. Let's just say that's not going to happen. It's also less likely though. In seriousness, it's less likely because it's a lot below the 100% of the HPDR.
Yeah.
Let's see if this thing likes to go below the 100%. Only time it ever, nope, never, not even here, not even COVID. I thought it did for a second.
There's
08
one.
was down exactly to the 100%. 08 was pretty big, I'd say, safe to say, pretty big. And it just went
It was
slightly below the
big.
100%.
It was big, some would say.
But my presidency, 08 will seem like a walk in the park.
Well, yeah, he promised us a better recession, the most beautiful recession we've ever seen.
And the other time was 1987. I wonder what happened in 1987.
1987. Well, isn't that when they had like Dark Monday or some shit like that? Hang
It
on, I'll
might
look
have
it up.
been
I'll tell
Black
you.
Monday.
Let me see.
The market is so racist.
I think it was Black
They
Thursday.
assigned the wrong colors for price going down. On the weekly, we're getting momentum flipping back up, getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility contracting, telling you it's very high probability it's going to be a lower high. And as of right now, you are projecting this 200 SMA after this has been pretty significant support this entire way through. Now you've lost it and you're projecting it. So it should be seen as of right now that the lower high is in. And this would be a pretty easy short to take right here. You short it right around this 200 SMA, anywhere from here to this 200 to this 5, around 244. And your risk would be about the stop loss, this wick high right here, about 3% to the upside versus your win about first bounce at around 200, 17%. That's pretty good. Maybe we should post this too, Senor Shiva.
Do we have I'll look it up on BTCC, and I also want to tell you, in 1997, a significant event in the stock market was Black Monday, which occurred on October 19th. On that day, stock markets around the world crashed, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average crashing. Guess how much it crashed in one day?
Let's say 20%.
22.6%.
Oh wow, that was close.
Yeah, pretty good. I would have never guessed that in a day the fucking stock market went down 20%. So that's incredible.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And we have what goes along with the short idea. We got a fresh silver across to the downside. So this 9 EMA is going to come down. It's going to line up right with this 245 area. So Senor Shiva, if you would please, short entry between 242 towards 245 and stop loss at 253. Very nice.
253, 242 to what?
242 to 245 entry.
Okay. TP1?
Let's say 242 to 250 entry.
Okay.
And TP1 would be 200 bucks.
Ooh, okay.
TP2 175 and then 155.
Sweet.
Beautiful. Everybody else gets this one for free as well. We're such generous people here. We're generous gods.
God damn it.
5 days lining up with the weekly as well, with momentum flipping to the upside, volatility is flipping down. Same thing with the 200 SMA. We've lost it. We're rejecting it as this moment. We got that silver across to the downside. Looking quite bearish. And people are going to try to say this is a swing failure pattern. Not really, because you did take these lows, but you failed to close above this low here. So this is not really much of a swing failure pattern. Two days also flipped to the upside, volatility flipping down, and 2 days now giving you a dual buy signal too within the bearish control zone, and 38.2% has caught up. So, but as of this moment, we are rejecting the median. So if we do get another test of that median, that would take us to that 245 area, fill us on the short, and then dump it. daily is now flipping back down on momentum, very close to the bearish control zone with volatility support. Hopium right now for that bounce is that the jewel is giving us a pretty nice buy signal with the pink crossing above the yellow and the light blue getting out of the bearish control zone. So it is possible that we do get filled pretty, not a little bit more than just possible, especially since we're now back in that 38.2% and we're trying to hold it. If we can get this daily close over 240, 240, that should give us that move into 245 to 248, filling us beautifully and then dumping it because we do have a gap right here. Let us put an alert right here for 240, 45. What the fuck? Why is my alerts not working? Create alert. What the fuck?
What the fuck is going on, Alejandro? There used to be a
Trading
teacher
tra- trading view trading view. The mother was a whore and its father smelled of elderberries.
that. Yeah, a teacher that would see me in class, he would walk in, everyone's fucking screaming, and he would go, "What the fuck is going on, Alejandro?" I was like, "Why me? Why me?" So every time we were drunk in New York, all of my friends were like, "What the fuck is going on, Alejandro?" I was like, "I think we're pretty trashed." Celebrate every time.
Me and Alex in Tokyo.
You, sir, served as furniture for everyone walking around in Tokyo.
But hey, I kept to the side so everybody could still walk, unlike some people in America.
That's right. It was a very Tokyo-like pass out.
Yes, black the fuck out in the Tokyo manner. On the quarterly, this is quite scary because this closes in 3 days and 4 hours. We're about to put in a lot of drives of bearish divergence right here. We got 1, 2, 3 drives, the perfect 3 number, and it's going to confirm as long as we close below $217.22. A lot higher than where we are right now. And that will give us a minimum target of this 55 EMA, which is going to rise to right around $200. Very nice. Giving us a TP1 on the short. And we're just now freshly getting volatility expansion with that 3 drives of bearish divergence.
FedEx
Monthly
also has the biggest head and shoulders pattern I've ever seen in my life.
On what time?
In a monthly.
Oh, yeah.
You're looking at it. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, you can, yeah, it's all the way down. Hang on. This is wild. Hang on.
Straight. It's not straight. Come on, make it straight. It's so hard to get this shit straight.
It would go to $21 if this plays out.
Holy shit. And invalidation of that bearish divergence is going to be a close over $269.50. Uh-oh. 2 week also has many drives of bearish divergence, invalidated above 281.90. And next target is going to be about $99.63, $100. Very nice round psychological number. Imagine we our people get the short from $245 to $21.
Jesus. They would better suck your nutsack.
Indeed. Ain't gonna suck itself, buddies.
Someone's gotta do it.
Two days got many drives of hidden bearish divergence confirmed, as long as you're closing below $250, and that will take you on to the next target of the critical zone, which right now sits at $183.50. Very close to our TP2 of 175. Come on. 4 right now, it does have some confirmed bullish divergence, a couple of drives of it, and it's going to be active as long as you're closing above $239.98. And your next target on the divergence is going to be somewhere around this $248 area. Hopefully that happens, gets us in a nice fill, then we can dump, because we like getting filled. We like getting filled all day and all night. FedEx. Quarterly is flipping down. Is this a higher high? No, not so it's not bearish divergence, but it is flipping down on momentum with volatility expansion, and you flip down below $256.22. Monthly is also flipped down with a derp of death below $270.50. Last time we got that derp of death was right over here. So we did get a little bit of a bounce, which we're expecting right now is a little bit of a bounce. Then from the derp of death, we got it right there. We dropped 41%. So if we were to take 41%, assume it's going to be right around this area here. Means it's below this, just below this 200. There's a nice deviation of that 200, right around $151. It's very beautiful. So we could also flip down with volatility expansion below $250. And that pivot is right around the area where we'd like to enter into our short. Weekly is now starting to flip up with volatility still expanding, and it's going to flip up above $231.61. 5 days also flipping up above $232 with volatility expansion. 2 days flipping up above 224.50. Daily is flipping up above 227.58. And 4 hours flipping up above $241. Very nice. So the higher time frames are flipping to the downside right now, and they're going to be pointed down as long as you're below $256. And it is looking like you are going to continue lower to somewhere around that $200 psychological level, and then a bounce there, and then somewhere around 175 to 150. The invalidation for all of this is getting a close above $282 on a at the very least a weekly closing basis. But right now, the lower time frames are flipping up with volatility expansion. It does look like you're going to get a little bit of a bounce here from somewhere around 245, maybe 250, 250. You could even go up to somewhere around like 252-ish, 251-ish. You just don't want to see it above 253. So that's pretty small risk to the upside versus quite a nice reward to the downside. And if it breaks down to somewhere around 150, that's where I would look for the next macro higher low, and then to new all-time highs from there eventually, unless FedEx is going to completely break down, which I don't really see happening because of how big they are in shipping. So I strongly think that somewhere around 150 to 175 is going to be the macro low, and then new all-time highs from there. But right now I am expecting a little bit of a bounce, and then that bounce to fail, and then for it to break down.
Awesome. Now, can I invite you over to the conspiracy side of the table and tell you why I think FedEx will eventually, probably in a timeline of 10 to 12 years, go absolutely to zero?
I should join you at the conspiracy table.
Yes. Are you ready? Here we go. Elon Musk has a beautiful thing called semi-trucks that drive themselves everywhere. And he also has a beautiful thing in development called Optimus, which is a robot that can do pretty much anything, especially loading and unloading things. So now let's pretend we mix a little Optimus with a little semi-trucks, and you pack 3-4 of those robots inside, and then you send them to ship things, pick up things, and put them in the truck, and then drive the truck to another location, unload, and do it. Basically, that's FedEx without employees altogether. Now, people will say, well, FedEx is going to buy the robots, and he's going to buy the semis. Cool. But how about that for Uber? That's an easy example that we can all understand. Why do you need Uber when they're charging you for automated cars when you can get the cheapest price directly off Tesla? Does that make sense? Like, why would you get into an Uber once there's free? Like, it's not free. Once you get like the fully autonomous Tesla Cybercab, for example, and those are moving everywhere, why would you pay the extra for Uber? Because Uber's got to make money on top of Tesla, right? For using it. I think the same thing is going to happen to delivery companies.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You don't have to pay the people, and you get them at the cheapest price. They could actually buy technically not even pay for the robots and just use them at a loss, and then completely run them out of the market by pricing.
There you go. There you go, my son. Not only that, you can make these robots work 24/7. You can charge them directly through all of your charging infrastructure. There's so many things that no one is accounting for. So there you go. That's my FedEx is going to zero in
Beautiful.
12
The
years.
return of slavery in America. How nice.
Just for robots, though. Just for robots. Everybody else will be poor as fuck, but the robots will be overworked.
Beautiful. And then when AI turns against us, they'll spare me because I always say please and thank you to ChatGPT.
I always do the same thing. I know that one day that'll pay greatly and handsomely.
So it will.
Thank you. All right. Alex, you're doing the Netflix, right?
Yeah, I'm doing the Netflix.
All righty. I'll do this one right now. 1 second. Estamos viendo FedEx, damas y caballeros. Tenemos una gran formación, hombro, cabeza, hombro. En esto, este es el hombro, cabeza hombro más grande que he visto en toda mi vida. Lo pueden ver acá. Hombro, cabeza, hombro. El objetivo de esto serían los 20, no sé cuántos dólares, 20, a ver, vamos a ver cuál es todo el movimiento extendido hasta acá, $21. Esto no creo que vaya a pasar. Ahora, personalmente, yo creo que FedEx puede en 12 años estar en ceros. Pero eso es otro tema y esto nos da absolutamente igual para lo que estamos analizando. Nadie está aquí buscando un timeline de 12 años para invertir. Esta es una tabla mensual. Empiezas acá atrás del 2013 y puedes ver que este fondo en el 2013 coincide con este fondo en el 2020 y este fondo en el 2022 no fue tan bajo. Pero a FedEx, digamos, no le molesta estar en este nivel, en los $90, ¿ok? Es algo que voy a poner en la mesa por ahora, que es lo que estamos viendo. Ok, con eso dicho, perdón, estoy viendo un poco más, analizando un poco más mi tabla, viendo dónde están los niveles. Ok, es que esto lo hice antes de saber bien todos los secretos malignos de Alex, así que tengo que llevármelo, y de Farhan, tengo que llevármelo ahorita tal cual está. Ok, viendo FedEx, ¿qué estamos haciendo? Vimos que tuvimos un pico en el 2021, en nuestro pico en el 2024 fue un pico más bajo. ¿Esto qué hace? Esto es básicamente altos más bajos y esto es bajista, damas y caballeros, ¿ok? Desde entonces de que estamos, y esto es macro porque esto tomó años, estás hablando 2021 acá, cuatro años, ¿ok? Desde entonces hemos hecho este alto más bajo, pero tuviste un bajo más alto que el pasado acá, lo que nos pone en modo incertidumbre, ¿no? Es básicamente lo que quiere decir eso. Ok, ¿para dónde va esto y qué es lo que estamos viendo? Básicamente, y ponerlo un poco sencillo, voy a poner la trimestral para empezar. Empecemos con la trimestral. La trimestral tiene el mismo hombro, cabeza, hombro, con las mismas características, los mismos bajos, con los mismos bajos más altos, pero altos más bajos, ¿ok? Y les voy a poner el HPDR para que lo tengan, el apedorro. No, no sé por qué le digo así. Ok, ya, basta de estupideces, Alejandro. Tenemos el rechazo de la media en la trimestral. Esta vez la trimestral va a cerrar en 3 días y 4 horas. Hemos caído de la zona azul, perdimos el promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 lo habíamos retomado en enero del 2023, todo el 2023 y todo el 2024. Hasta ahora lo hemos tenido por encima. Ahora estás cayendo. Esta es tu primera llamada. Segunda llamada va a ser perder el promedio del 21, que está en los 239. Y de ahí una vez más tu 34 tranquilamente. Sabemos que a FedEx le gusta apoyarse hasta su promedio del 100, que está en $150. Y es lo que hemos visto en el pasado en la gráfica trimestral. Podemos verlo acá. Podemos verlo acá. Y ya, estas solamente hay pocas instancias. 2009, 2020 y probablemente ahora, 2025, 2026, vayamos a ver a FedEx por ahí de los $150, lo que lo podría también hacer un bajo más alto y un bajo más alto, y eso podría conservar la tendencia alcista de FedEx. Por ahora, para poder revertir esto, FedEx tendría que cerrar arriba de $260. $260, estamos en 242. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual, podemos ver que el movimiento nos dice que va a continuar. Tenemos la pérdida de nuestros promedios importantes justamente en esta parte. Hemos perdido el 9 acá atrás, el 21, La última vez que perdimos el 21 y el 34 en este gráfico fue igual la caída del 2022 y es justamente donde estamos parados en el 55 en este momento. De no poder levantar de 243 hoy en un cierre, vamos a ir a visitar los 220. 220 es donde está nuestro promedio de los 100 en esta tabla. No hay un setup de volatilidad en lo absoluto con esto. 2 semanas ya venimos a testear el S&P 200. La última vez que testeamos el S&P 200 fue aquí atrás. Venimos desde marzo del 2023, pero la vez que lo perdimos, bajamos de los 200 hasta los 140, lo que nos pone una línea bastante delgada roja por acá en los 225. Caes de 225, va a haber continuación en esta caída, muy probablemente hasta los 180, lo que habíamos platicado antes como objetivo. Ok. En la semanal, estás perdiendo tu S&P 200, lo habías perdido acá, intentaste retomarlo, veniste hasta acá abajo, no pudiste, intentaste acá, te rechazó y esta sería la tercera confirmación. Esta vela va a cerrar en 3 horas y en 3 horas y 1 minuto. De cerrar tal cual como está, vas a tener más habilidad de poder dar continuación al 78.8%, que son los $226 una vez más que aparecen como un objetivo. Este Don Peru lo tuvo con una empujada de volatilidad y la volatilidad está haciendo esto en lo que la vela está haciendo una corrección, por lo que probablemente vaya a haber continuación en esta bajada. Diaria es la que te pone la fotografía fácil enfrente de todo. ¿Por qué? Aquí hay una oportunidad de corto. Tu oportunidad de corto es esta. Esta ya la puso Farhan y Alex, la mandaron en ETA. Y una vez que lleguemos acá, vas a tener más probabilidades de rechazar e ir a cerrar este gap que existe acá entre los 235 y los 231, lo que te llevaría a los 225. Los 225 están por acá y eso te pondría una postura bastante bajista para poder dar continuación en la bajada a los 209. Básicamente si eres alcista en FedEx, lo primero que tienes que hacer es poder cerrar arriba de los 253. Una vez que puedas cerrar arriba de los 253, segunda cosa que vas a buscar es poder cerrar por encima de los $269. Una vez que hagas esto, podríamos empezar a platicar de cambiar la tendencia arriba de los 275, que es donde está tu S&P 200 en la diaria. Hasta entonces, por ahora, nosotros tenemos más, basado en las tablas, obviamente, nos está diciendo que tiene más cara de dar continuación a la baja, que tiene sentido. Así que ahí lo tienen, FedEx yéndose al pito. Ok, vamos a hacer Netflix. La putitita Netflix para todos ustedes, cabrones.
Okay. What do we have here?
Netflix.
All right, let's backtrack. Netflix, we're in this range here. And essentially what we have is $940 being pretty big spot. I mean, that's all I'm going to be gauging is just a range here. We see that whenever Netflix does get above $940, it tends to be very good for price action. It's just until we actually start losing that where we have to be concerned. So we see the daily SMA 2, daily EMA 100, my apologies, got lost here. Nice reclaim, held it as support, pushed up. What you'll notice is the daily is in an uptrend. We broke the last lower high here, higher high. So now ideally what we're looking is for this low not to get taken. That low is currently at $916.30. So then bulls can make the argument that this can be a higher low. It's not until you start really trend shifting the daily where you have to be really concerned, because that has implications for us breaking down. The fact that we've lost the cluster of moving averages is already a concern. The daily is closing in 2 hours and 58 minutes, and we are losing support here. So, it's like the hopium is that the trend is still up, but once you take out that higher low, you're going to get a move down to the EMA 100. With what we know with the trend shifting at that point, you would be gauging a bounce here. That bounce most likely retests the daily 9 for the next lower high. Could look something like this. We dump and then go down, break trend, get a bounce there, lower high, something like that. It's not really until we confirm the daily back into a downtrend where you want to be aggressive shorting this, because you don't want to get bulls, you don't want to get trapped essentially trying to short the breakdown, and that just ends up being the next higher low. Okay. Weekly's ugly. I mean, massive shooting star on the weekly after being in a nice uptrend on the daily. I mean, we had a nice move up of 16%, almost 17% before rejecting. You're getting confluence of this $940 region being pretty important, just simply based on the 9, EMA 9 there. Netflix likes to hold the weekly 9. When we lose that, we'll get a move back to the 21. That's at $906. I mean, that at that point, we're done testing the EMA 100. Trend is now shifted. So if the weekly does end up losing the weekly 9, to me, I'm going to be interpreting that as good confirmation that, yeah, we're probably going to end up going to that EMA 100. With what we know, though, with daily trend shifting at that point, you have to be very cautious of any rallies up to that being the next lower high on the daily. So, until proven otherwise, it's going to look like maybe Monday we break down, trap shorts, rally up, and then form the lower high there. That would make a lot of sense because, nothing goes down only.
Only that girl in high school we all know. Sorry. Fuck. 40 years
Like
old.
Fibonacci's sister.
That's what she does?
Yeah, Fibonacci's sister is run through by the entire football team.
God damn.
Buddy's going to attack me next time he sees me.
I would if I were him.
Yeah. Not a good place to be in. Hopium, though, is the monthly, 5 is holding. So there is that Hopium still. We've been steadily holding that since May of 2024. You start losing that. That's at $911. Yeah, that has implications. So, you could interpret this as like into Monday, if we start testing that daily EMA 100 and Netflix starts really going under the monthly 5. Yeah, that's going to be a bad sign. Just like once you lose that monthly 5, you're probably going to go back down to the monthly 9, which makes sense, right? Because we're in a range. You lose this EMA 100, you're going to go back to the $836, which is right where that monthly 9 is, $846. So again, just confluence of a range. It's nothing crazy yet. We very well could reject, the zone, come down to the bottom of the range, maybe down to the SMA 200, and then we get bought up. The reactions at the SMA 200, haven't really seen a lot of them. Does bull market? But with what we do have, the first tap we had did give us a reaction. So, people are going to look at this getting lost. I'm first looking at this zone here, where we came all the way down, had a nice dump, came all the way to the SMA 200, and then from there had a 5.76% bounce. So you should be gauging a reaction there at the very minimum before breaking that. So, that's kind of it. It's very simple. You're now just waiting. You're watching the daily. You're gauging the EMA 100 being the next zone. You're watching $940 basically getting lost today, putting us back into this range. Once we test the EMA 100, you're going to be understanding that now the trend has shifted because we're using March 18th low as the last higher low. It came up, low, higher high, so it makes sense. It's not until you actually break the daily trend where you're going to then start heading towards $837 to $846. There we should see some kind of reaction ideally, and if we don't, then we're now breaking down in this range that we've been in since November. And you have to then start looking at possibly, right, the SMA 200 giving us a bounce. But then if we're range breaking down, the implication will be we're going to lose that. Next target being this gap. And that gap is right around $710 to $699. Pretty brutal drop from Netflix, if I do say so myself. Nothing on volatility. We're not really getting any volatility setups. Yeah, nothing. Maybe the 12 hour? No. Yeah, nothing really, honestly. That's it. Very simple. You're now just watching 940 being resistance. That'll push you down to the EMA 100. Ideally, that gets a bounce, but a bounce there, you have to be gauging that being the next lower high. Possibly this could be the next short setup. Rejecting 940 after the trend shift would make a lot of sense. Then target $840. So patience will pay on this. There's really no reason to be aggressive, specifically when you're now freshly losing the daily 9. you very easily could even bounce up to there and then reject. So patience will definitely pay on this chart. You already, are losing on the 12-hour all the major moving averages, which you'd already expect. Let's look at the 4-hour. Yeah, even the 4-hour is saying we definitely could get a bounce around this zone. But then even that bounce could take you to the 4-hour EMA 100, which should reject. It's pretty strong on Netflix, actually, that 4-hour EMA 100. Let me see when we lost it here. Lost it. Okay, we didn't reject it, though. Here we did. So it's something like this. Lose it, rallies up, rejects it. And then once we do reject the zone, I mean, that gave you an 18% move down. So should be watching this very closely if you're itching for a trade. This potentially could be giving you an easy short. You're never shorting into this, and you never short the lower low. You always wait for the mean reversion. Pop, get the lower high, pop a trade open, and then see. Never would you short this right now, though. You just simply wait. And in my opinion, waiting for the trend shift then will give you good confirmation. Okay, now I can be a little more aggressive. Being aggressive here might get you in trouble. Daily's even breaking down per the HPDR. This easily can shift more down and match that $940 target potentially. So we'll see. I mean, that was a very clean rejection of the median, actually to the T. So, I mean, daily HPDR is working pretty nicely. We're breaking down per this view. You would even gauge a rally up to that 38.2%. So, I mean, even viewing the HPDR, it's telling me, yeah, it's not, oh wait, that was the 4-hour, my bad. But even viewing the 4-hour HPDR is telling me what I already saw in the 4-hour. Let's see the daily now. Yeah, I mean, so even more confluence of this idea. Daily's losing the 38.2%. Luckily for us, it's sitting right around the meme line at $937. My meme line's at $940. Median has shifted greatly up. So, I mean, you very well could do something like this. Just dumps down, tests the 38.2%. That's the move. So, I mean, even on the daily, it's giving me confluence of that idea. You should expect some retests here, specifically when you are breaking down on the 38.2%. So it could look something like this. I actually might give this short, potentially. As long as you are under this rejection high, you could easily take this trade. You're losing, 3.6% to make 10%? That's a pretty nice RR for stock, in my opinion. Something like that could easily be done. That way, then, yes, it's shallow, yes, your entry, but, as long as you stay essentially above this wick high, you should be good, right? Because we're just going to play the trend. But I will just say, you want this trend to shift before taking this. So I wouldn't aggressively be taking this, but if you are itching for a short, this could be something. For me, I'll wait to give the Academy the trigger once we actually break this trend, which could happen within next week, and then we pop up and we get our fill. That would make a lot of sense. All the shorts that scale in now kind of get smoked, round trip. They then get out, and then we short the lower high. So that's all I have on Netflix. Watch $940. You're watching the daily EMA 100, and you're gauging March 18th low for the trend shift.
Good news for you, Alex. We do have Netflix on BTCC.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Okay.
Netflix.
And I asked our rep to add Rivian. So
dude, that'd be fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think they should add that soon.
Nice. Very well done, sir. Okay, let me get to this bullshit. All right. Thank you. Estamos viendo la Netflix en estos momentos, damas y caballeros, está en la de 2 semanas, pueden ver acá justamente donde está el punto importante, es a no perder los 920, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 9, eso es en la de 2 semanas. Ahora, antes de empezar, quiero enseñarles esto, porque estamos en modo corrección. Modo corrección, la corrección de Netflix en el 2022 fue de 76%. 76%. Había vivido Netflix una corrección más grande cuando empezó Netflix. En el 2000. Ok, podemos decir que el 2011 tuvo una corrección importante. Vamos a ver qué tanto le gusta caer a Netflix en esas correcciones. Solamente para tenerlo como dato curioso para el tío Salo, que es un vejete. Tenemos acá 81%, ¿ok? 81%, eso fue el 2011. Hay correcciones menos importantes, ¿no? Como esta, 33%. 2015, casi, bueno, 40%. 40%. ¿Esta qué fue? 2018. 45%. Ok. Correcciones grandes parecen tener correcciones chicas parecen tener un promedio de 35% y correcciones grandes de 70%. Vamos a hacer eso rápido desde el tope de Netflix. 35% nos pone justamente acá, en los $681, que es una gran zona para mover mi línea meme ahora que lo estoy viendo así. ¿Ok? Bien. Ok. Y 70%, vamos a ver a dónde nos llevaría esta belleza. Ve, quién lo fuera a pensar. A los $300, básicamente. Y eso aparte haría un alto más bajo que el del 2022. Sería una caída bastante potente en Netflix. Vamos a poner atención a esto porque igual hay una oportunidad gigantesca que se podría aprovechar, pero vamos a mantener un ojo pelado para todos ustedes y mandarlo porque lo tenemos en BTCC, es lo que les estaba enseñando ahorita a Alex y a Farhan rápido para que lo vean. Si quieren buscar Netflix, se meten a futuros en btcc.com, le picas en futures, le picas en perpetuos, le picas acá abajo en tokenized stocks y te pone esto. Netflix está NFLX. Parece que estaba aventándome una porra justamente acá. Y eso te lleva a Netflix USDT. Con USDT puedes hacerle un corto, un largo, lo que quieras a Netflix. Ahí lo tienes, básicamente así de fácil y sencillo. Para aquellos que se preguntan dónde mierdas está. Ok, con eso dicho, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo estos días? Voy a dejarles esto bastante sencillo. Básicamente en la semanal estamos viendo, Netflix está en una clara tendencia alcista, acaba de lograr máximos históricos en $1,000, $1,063 en febrero del 2025. Desde entonces hemos estado corrigiendo. Lo que quería enseñarles en la diaria, para que lo tengan literalmente así súper visual, es esto. Este chopeo fue de noviembre del 2024 hasta esta zona, enero del 2025. O sea, esto fue un año en este rango, un año en este rango. Entramos en este rango, enero del 2025, y caímos en marzo del 2025. Esto fue, digo, no fue un año esto, estoy pendejo. Noviembre del 2024, enero. Ok, fueron 3 meses. Estos fueron 3 meses. Y ahora caímos a esta zona una vez más y después recuperamos. ¿Qué es esto? Esto es un SFP. Esto tiene cara de ser un SFP. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Que este retomo de esta zona es falso y esto te va a bajar por acá, vas a rechazar y continuar cayendo. Es lo que nosotros estamos viendo. Ahora, para darnos idea exactamente de dónde, cómo, cuándo, por qué, etcétera, vamos a poner el HPDR para que lo puedan ver más de cerca, para agregar confluencia a este análisis. Pueden ver tal cual como tenemos nuestra media hasta acá arriba. Tendríamos que hacer un alto histórico para flipar esto alcista. Hemos caído en la parte azul, de la zona azul. Habíamos aguantado antes, perdimos la media acá, caímos acá, intentamos retomarlo, intentamos meternos, nos rechaza. Ahora este rechazo nos está llevando al 61.8%, que está en 915. De no poder aguantar eso, te llevas este mínimo e iríamos a visitar estos mínimos por esta zona de marzo de los 855, que también casi coinciden con nuestro 34 y nuestro 78.6% y nuestra línea meme en los 833. De perder esa zona, de perder ya esta zona, estarías hablando de este rango y este rango está hasta abajo en los 680. La de 2 semanas pueden ver justamente cómo nos rechazó. Estamos cayendo y ahora a aguantar los 918. Yo creo que la de 3 días es la que más exactamente. Tenemos la pérdida de la zona azul, de perder los 926. Siguiente objetivo va a ser nuestro 34. De perder nuestro 34 será nuestros 55 en los $850. Ok. Con eso dicho y hecho, vamos a ponerla fácil para todo el mundo. ¿Ok? ¿Qué es lo que estamos esperando de Netflix? Esperamos ver una caída, una subida y un rechazo. Este será el rechazo donde podemos hacer un corto, porque aparte tienes el promedio del 9, es importante, sea en la diaria o no. Vean, tienen ahí todos sus promedios. Entonces, ¿qué estaríamos esperando? Déjame rápido borro esto y me voy a la diaria porque me doy cuenta de la estupidez que hice. Estamos perdiendo esta zona una vez más. De perderla, vamos a caer probablemente al 100. Del 100 vamos a intentar rebotar o antes, ¿no? Esto y esto. Este alto está acá. Vamos a encontrarnos con este alto por acá, más o menos. Me voy a atrever a poner esta zona. Aquí es donde probablemente vayamos a hacer nuestro alto más bajo y dar continuación a buscar un bajo más bajo por debajo de los 854. Sabemos que estamos mal. Si Netflix puede poder cerrar por encima de, básicamente, dile $1,000. Con un cierre por encima de $1,000 estamos equivocados. Esto se va a altos históricos una vez más, etcétera. Pero por ahora, el estar debajo de los $936 es algo bastante negativo para Netflix y esperamos un rebote para poder ir a buscar esta zona, absorber más gente que crea que ya se va para arriba y después dar continuación a su caída. Damas y caballeros, eso es la Netflix de cómo se ve la cosa. Gold, shiny rock. Fucked all
Shiny
of us
rock
over there.
time.
Yes, sir.
Shiny rock is
Bad.
Never mind.
Pierce, oh, you know that gold is outperforming Bitcoin right now. That's the important thing.
Amazing.
That's what everyone should be paying attention. By the way, people that stole my bank.
He just won't shut the fuck up about that. But I get it. My Senna burned down, and I talked about it for years. So if someone stole my bank, I would be mad.
Yeah. And then they were nice enough to let you give them another $1 million. How
Very
gracious.
kind. Well, at that time it was way more, but yes, very nice of them. All right, gold.
Hey, another $1 million pre-inflation.
That's not bad, no?
That's worth about
That's not
$3
bad.
million today.
It's like 800 billion today.
So
Yeah,
on the
that's right.
6 month, we are approaching resistance right now. It like sure, gold is hitting new all-time highs and everybody's happy, mainly Peter Schiff. But this is an area where there should be a lot of caution. Because right around that 3,080 point is 78.6% on the HPDR. Very, very, very significant area. Last time around, we tapped the 78.6% was right around this point, where it kind of was a local top before we went up more. Again, around the 78.6%, then we went up again. So it isn't necessarily telling you that this is going to be like a macro top, just an area that you're going to find some resistance at. Probably going to find some resistance around here for a couple of months before it busts on through to the 88.3%. 88, yeah, and the 88.3% right now is sitting at the target that I've been having for basically since 2023. So a little above 3,500, sitting at 3681. I do think this number is going to get hit, but I think it's going to take a good amount of time for this to play out. Probably going to be at the very least 3 6-month candles before this plays out, putting us at 18 months, about a year and a half at an absolute minimum before we get to this number. Right now, I am looking for resistance right around this 3,080 zone. And if you look at momentum and volatility, they're getting pretty high. They're getting right around to the areas where we do like to find our consolidation zones, right in this zone. And even that consolidation is just sideways and up. Sideways for this amount of time, which is 1, 2, 3 candles, a year and a half, sideways, then up, then basically the same amount, 3, 4 candles sideways, down at this point. This was in about 2023, where we had confirmed our God mode sell signal on the jewel. And similarities right now is we have a God mode background, but we have not flipped to a sell signal just yet. We still have the buy signal, still telling us that we're likely going to go higher, but it's not going to be in a straight line, and it's not going to be right away. It's going to take a long time. This has like what, an 11 trillion or 12 trillion dollar market cap, moves very slow. Quarterly is getting very high as well, getting over the 88.3%. And the 88.3% is where we found our top last time around. Slightly above right here, slightly above right here, and slightly above right here. So if we were to get slightly above towards that $3,600 area, it'd be the same thing that we hit every single time before. And then we go in for our consolidation phase, and that consolidation phase takes a long time. That is like 2 years right there. This is 2013 until that's like 5 or 6 years of not doing really anything at all. And right now on the quarterly, the jewel is giving us quite a nice setup where the pink is still above the yellow, the light blue is maintaining the bullish control zone and flipping back up. So, and getting into the critical zone. Telling you that although we are bullish, somewhere around this zone should be our local top before we go sideways for a couple of months. Monthly as well is getting into the pretty extremes on momentum and volatility. And monthly is now starting to give us the first signs of a sell signal on the jewel and a God mode sell signal. Let's mark with a vertical line this sell signal and mark all the God mode sell signals before it. Let's see. There's a lot of sell signals on the monthly on gold.
So we're like fucking back to back to back to back.
Yeah, that's a little crazy. Let me go back to the current one. All right. Fuck it, that should be enough examples. We're all the way back in 05, 03. This one was nothing really at all, down 5%. But 5% on gold, that is billions of dollars. Hundreds of billions, I believe.
Billions
Maybe
and
even,
billions. No, it's trillions. The market cap of gold
yeah, 11
is what
trillion.
you're asking.
So,
No, it's
yeah.
like 17 trillion now, right?
Is it?
I think so. Let me, I'll look it up, but I think so.
Here we went down about the same 5.5%. This one was a bit more, 10.5%. %. Wow, that's pretty big. That we also had 08 at that point though. Immediately 28%, and then about close to 40%. Let's check this one. About 9%. And as of now, we have not gone down even a little bit. If we were to take it from this open and go down about 5%, brings us to basically this consolidation zone at about 2,700. So if we do end up finding our local short-term local top around 3,080s, I would expect a pullback to somewhere around 2,700s over the next couple of months, and then that'll probably take us towards 35s. 2 week as well, flip to the upside, getting very, very close to the extremes. You're sitting at 90% on momentum and volatility, while the jewel is now giving us pretty nice buy signal. Pink, right at the yellow, light blue, all bunched up. You could basically pull one dot and you would have every single one of these, the pink, the yellow, and the light blue. That's pretty badass. Switch back to the HPDR, and that lines up with us at the 88.3%. 95% sits right around that $3,500 area at 33.40. Weekly has already started to flip down on momentum, getting below the moving average. Volatility is now in the contraction phase, and the jewel is freshly giving us another buy signal, with the pink crossing freshly above the yellow, light blue above everything else. It's a pretty awesome buy signal on the jewel. Doesn't mean we're necessarily going to go straight up from here. I probably do consolidate around 380s, but that would eventually take us towards 3,500s. Five-day. Getting flipped down on momentum as well, with volatility contracting, currently telling you probably this is going to be a higher low, but this is a huge asset, and that higher low will take a long time to play out. Pink is crossing above the yellow on the jewel, light blue above everything else. 2-day. 2-day is getting some consolidation right around this 3080 zone. We are getting, like, if we get a 2-day close over this 3060, that will probably take us up maybe a little bit higher towards 3100, but anywhere around this 3080 to 3100 zone, I strongly believe is going to be at the very least short to medium term local top. Daily is now starting to flip back up on momentum, getting back above the moving average, with volatility slowly starting to flip back up. And the jewel is now losing the sell signal, and we have the pink freshly crossing above the yellow. So that would line up with, if we can get a close of this 3087 in 4.5 hours, that'll take us up towards 31s to 3116. Very, very, very high probability this is going to be our lower, not lower high, but what do you call it, consolidation point and rejection. 4 hours now contracting on momentum and volatility with a pretty nice jewel buy signal. Every time frame right now on gold's looking quite bullish. But they usually do at the tops, lines up with hitting up to, with the 88.3.
That's the worst about it. Yeah.
Yeah. The market is not nice. And we're getting right around that 88.3, which is the same area on the daily. If we close over that 3087 area, that takes us up to 3100. Not really that much of a move. That's like $13. Here I was thinking this whole time that since gold is going up, all of these gold Rolexes and shit must be worth insane amounts of money. And then I find out there's not really that much gold in them, even the solid gold ones.
Oh yeah. Gold is an interesting thing. The fact that we put so much behind it, it's a little retarded as a species.
It's pretty. It's pretty.
It's so stupid, but hey, it's nice. It's shiny. Whatever.
Check out this 6-month RSI. Higher high, 2012 to 2025. Lower high on the RSI, giving us possible quarterly bearish divergence. And right now, that will confirm if you can close
quarterly.
below. Oh, 6-month, my bad. Bi-yearly.
Yeah, that's insane.
That will confirm with a close below $2,318. Last time we had 6-month bearish divergence, we went down about 30%, 1/3. If you were to take 30% just from here, which is this,
You're gonna go to 2000.
for shits and giggles. Yeah, basically.
I think.
What would it be that causes gold down to 2100?
The opposite of what's happening right now. So the way to look at it, in my view, right? I could be completely wrong, but this is the way I look at it. We've been in a recession for at least 2 years. So for another year, we're still going to go through it. Then they're going to say, oh, we were in a recession. And whenever we look back, we're going to see that gold during the recession was acting the way that it is right now, right? Which was impressive. It was really a hedge against like all the risk and whatnot. But when it's over, the dollar, after every single recession, has a spike against every other single currency on those bases. And because you're going to have that, gold will sell off and go into risk on. So by the end of this market flipping around, gold will tell you when to get into risk, when it's close to the bottom, when it flips. When you see a day that gold sells off by between 7 and 10% in one day, when you see that, that's when you're seeing every major bank, every single major person putting all of their gold profits back into the market. So it's still
and
like
right
a
now,
long period. Yeah.
Right now, gold is about to close the quarterly with one of the biggest quarterly candles, maybe the biggest quarterly candle it's ever had.
Yeah.
Wow. Along with quarterly hidden bullish divergence. And that quarterly hidden bullish divergence would have a target of the critical zone, which right now sits at oh God, I don't even feel comfortable saying this number. This number is obviously going to update, but how much will it update down? $5,456.
Yeah, no. This is, I mean, it's also like when we were looking at Bitcoin that it was at 109 and we were like, dude, it's going to go to 130, right? Like it looks like it should.
But also a counterpoint to the critical zone target though is when we were in that zone right around here, this was 04. We didn't actually hit the critical zone until 3 years later in 07 and 08, or 4 years later. So
but
it can take 4 years before we go there.
So 08, all of that area, we were already in a recession and no one knew until they turned around in 2009 and we're like, or late 2008, and we're like, oh, we're in a recession and have been for a year and something. And gold did that.
No, monthly, nothing. 2 week, nothing. Weekly, nothing. 5 day. 5 day has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed. Interesting. Let me zoom in on the RSI. And it will be confirmed as long as you're closing above basically $2,999.54. And your next target, well, you can't give you one because you're already in the critical zone. 3 day, nothing. 2 day, nothing. Daily, nothing. 4 hour. And nothing. Switch to the momentum chart. Shiny Rock doesn't like the low time frames. Let's just leave this open with this Fibonacci. I'm gonna erase it right now. I'm just leaving it open to pet. I'm not gonna erase it. I'm gonna leave it open. So it's been open since 2023. It might as well stay open.
Might
Still
as
got
well,
that same
yeah.
$3,300 number. We got
That,
volatility expansion on the 6 month. I'm sorry.
that was my cop out top. Because when we were at 3,000, I said we can go another 10% up. So 3,300 is my cop out. Like, because I thought the top was like 30, like 3,040, 3,050. So, but I gave myself a little buffer and said I might be wrong by 10%.
Yeah, that would be
So,
a technical hit and then very likely a rejection from that point. Because the same thing with the 161.8. Like, sure, you went up higher, but it took a long time for you and ended up breaking that area. And right now we have volatility expansion, which last time we had volatility expansion on the 6 month, we went up. At this point, we expanded here about 43% immediately. So if we would take volatility expansion, we went a lot more than 43% from here. Confirmed after this one. Oh, not about 26%. Where's 43%? Oh, that's a little bit higher than this area, but it's very close. So I'm somewhere around 3,500. Very interesting. Wow, I like that. And right now, bi-yearly momentum is pointed to the upside as long as you're above 26.18. At the yearly too. Yearly is pointed up as long as you're above 27.30. Quarterly is pointed up above 27.10. Monthly pointed up above 3,033. Right now, monthly is giving you volatility contraction with momentum point. Interesting, you're getting new all-time highs with volatility contraction. 2 week is pointed up with volatility expansion over 29.55. Weekly is pointed up with volatility expansion over 3,046. 5 days pointed up above 3,049. 2 days pointed up above 3,083, which is $2 below that number right now. We still got 3 days and 5 hours left to go. I see gold does just like stocks. We'll be on a 2 day and we got 3 days left to go.
what a piece of shit. It's because of Peter Schiff. No.
Exactly. Peter Schiff is running these markets.
By the way, imagine if someone is just here on Twitter, like on X, jumping on this live stream, like doesn't know us or anything, and they're like, "Wow, these guys really don't know anything."
Exactamente.
They would be right. Yeah.
Daily is now starting to flip back up. Very interesting. It was flipped down for a little bit when we got this consolidation phase. Now it's freshly flipping back up above 3,058.50. Even the 4 hour is now flipping up above 3,079. So right now, all of the pretty high time frames with gold is the only thing that you can really trade or get any data off of on these time frames are all flipped to the upside. And we're rapidly approaching that 261.8% at around $3,300. And you're getting volatility expansion on the bi-yearly, the yearly, the quarterly, the monthly, every single one is pointing to the upside with momentum pointing up. And right now, as long as you're holding this 3,040 to 3,080 number, you're very likely to continue upwards. And with momentum on the lower time frames flipping up, I am slightly flipping my bias to somewhere around 3,100. But I still think that 3,080 to $3,100 zone is going to be very significant resistance. I'm not saying we're going to dump from there. I just think we're going to reject that zone and just consolidate for a couple of months before we're going to new all-time highs again. I still think shiny rock is extremely bullish, but they always look extremely bullish at the top. So I'm going to need a confirmed reversal before I stop being bullish on shiny rock.
Well said, sir. Is there anything else you'd like to add before you go and join Alex? Well, not join Alex, but in not being here.
I'm going to get some food, so nothing else. Buenos tardes, muchachos, and hasta
Motherfucker.
luego.
Enjoy your delicious food. Have a good one.
I'll try.
Thank you.
Sir.
Wow. Estamos viendo al oro. Quiero una vez más al oro para que sepa la gente. Personalmente he dicho que el tope está entre los 3,040, 3,080 y me di un buffer de 10% para estar mal, ¿no? 3,300. Es lo que siempre hago, para que no diga, ¿no? La realidad de esto es que estamos en el tope. El oro está cotizando en $3,080. Todas las temporalidades, y cuando digo todas, estoy hablando, tíos, de absolutamente todas, son alcistas de a madre. Esto es el oro en literalmente 6 meses, ¿ok? Esto que estás viendo acá es el 2015, el fondo, que fueron los $1,000. $1,000, puedes ver que le gusta moverse en 1,000 al hijo de puta. Y lo pondría acá, ¿no? Random, así. Le gusta moverse en 1,000. La de antes de los $1,000, la consolidación esa importante fue acá. Y voy a eliminar esta línea meme y voy a poner una de las nuevas. ¡No! Un segundo. Una de las nuevas por acá. Ahí está, en los 800. Ok. Pueden ver que este rango duró del 2008. O sea, rompimos al alza, pero no cerramos por encima hasta acá, hasta el 2023. Solamente tomó 15 años, casi. ¿Qué es? 2008, 2018 son 10, 20, 11, 12, 13. Puta, más sí, como 15 años tomó. Este rango lo acabamos de tomar apenas en el 2023, ¿no? Y ya estamos por acá. Esta línea meme solamente es una estimación, por favor no lo usen de nada, no sirve de absolutamente nada. Solamente les estoy enseñando lo potentemente alcista que es el oro. Ahora, de este tope acá a romper esta zona de 1980 hasta el 2007, 2008 es cuando subió, ¿ok? ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que pasaron 28 años viendo el oro con precios más bajos. De acá, ¿cuántos pasaron? Del 2011 hasta literalmente el 2020. 9 años. Entonces, como han visto que está en una tendencia súper alcista y no sé qué, el oro cuando se detiene y se va de lado, no nada más hace un bonito, ¿qué pasa? No, se queda por años haciendo estas mamadas. Décadas. Y después ya. Sube y lo vuelve a hacer. Por ahora es imposible darles objetivos. Lo que nosotros estamos viendo simplemente y pondríamos esto, yo creo que la semanal es la que más razón nos daría. Correcto. Y sí, yo pondría una línea meme acá, pero no de este estilo. Pondría algo acá, ¿no? ¿Y por qué? Lo pondría aquí. Abajo de los 3,021 tienes posibilidad de venir a corregir a los 2,900 o 2,800. Siempre y cuando estés por arriba de los 3,020, vas a poder ir a buscar ese alto más alto. No hay mucho más que decir de ahí. ¿Cómo sabemos si nos equivocamos? Literalmente tendrías que romper primero los mínimos de acá en 2,835, después los mínimos de acá, 2,541, después los mínimos de acá, 2,278. Tu primera parada, tu primera advertencia de que algo está rompiéndose es en los 3,020. La segunda y la más fuerte, en mi opinión, son los 2,831. ¿Qué esperaríamos del oro? Que continúe la alza. No sabemos por cuánto tiempo. Normalmente eso es algo que estaba platicando con Farhan ahorita. Pueden ver, el oro va a continuar alcista, punto, ¿no? Y ahí les va. Normalmente, y esto pasa en, ¿cómo se llama? en recesiones chonchas. No sé si valga la pena tenerlo en la de 6 meses o no para esto, pero déjenme, me doy una estudiada de lo que estoy diciendo. 2009, 2008. El 2008 el oro estaba en 1023. En el final de todo esto llegó a los 600. Básicamente perdió un 40% y después explotó a la alza después de la recesión. Es lo que yo pienso que va a pasar. Estamos en la recesión, el oro está haciendo lo que tiene que hacer y una vez que digan, ok, este va a ser el final de la recesión, bla, 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 el oro va a tomarse un respiro, el dinero del oro se va a ir a otro lado. Y ese dinero va a entrar al mercado a riesgo, etcétera. Eso nos va a indicar que estamos de nuevo, una vez más, con todo el riesgo en la puerta y qué es lo que queremos hacer, justamente estar en riesgo en esa situación, pero por ahora no hay nada que nos diga que se va a parar. Lo único que sabemos es que algo, estamos viendo tablas, estamos viendo lo bajistas que son en diferentes cosas, estás viendo Nike, diferentes cosas. Y lo único que queda es a ver cuándo esto se acaba. ¿Cuánto tiempo va a durar? No tenemos ni idea. Pero por ahora el oro continúa alcista de madre. Una vez más, tu invalidación 3020, la primera, la segunda, los 2833 me parece que eran. Y ya rompiendo eso para abajo, estructura para abajo, podríamos empezar a decir otras cosas. Por ahora se ve muy alcista, pero todo en lo que está en el punto más alcista se ve muy alcista. Y con eso los dejo. Muy feliz viernes. Gracias a todos ustedes por estar aquí 4 horas conmigo. Recuerden, si quieren unirse a nuestro Discord, dense una vuelta. Es súper fácil de usar para todos. Y es bueno también porque aquí pues, la gente habla de todos los trades que estamos mandando. Van a poder ver justamente del lado izquierdo los análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, el chat general, que vengan a platicar todos ustedes con nosotros, vengan a aprender criptolingo por si escucharon algo que no entendieron, por acá lo tenemos. Vengan a compartir sus ganancias o sus pérdidas, nada mal el día de hoy. Es que todos los shorts están en verde, etcétera. Entonces vengan a apoyarse en la comunidad, tienen aquí nuestros enlaces oficiales para cualquier cosa que necesiten y pues sí, seguimos con todo. Y si quieren aprender a tradear futuros, dense una vuelta a nuestro sitio web, píquenle en tutos aquí arriba, cómo tradear en Bluffing. Y esto literalmente es un video de 5 minutos que te va a decir exactamente cómo usar cualquier aplicación de futuros. Bluffing funciona como cualquier otra y también usamos BTCC para las acciones y todo eso. Aquí tienes nuestro enlace. Usa todos nuestros enlaces que también en BTCC te dan 10% de tu depósito por si estás interesado en hacer tantito varo gratis. Les mando un abrazo. Gracias a todos por estar aquí. Pórtense bien. Nos vemos pronto. ¿Cómo de que no?